After suffering a sudden loss, it's easy to find yourself coping in unhealthy ways.
Unexpected losses for a young adult can be extremely traumatic and impactful.
She went through almost $100,000 in 4 or 5 months.
So when someone comes along to offer solace, you often take it.
He provided love and support that she was missing. He was a shoulder for her to cry on.
But what if the one who makes us whole enables our worst instincts?
She was so vengeful, and she knows how her boyfriend reacts.
I kind of knew that she must be delusional.
When two lost souls come together, does it come at a cost?
To investigators, it doesn't matter which one wielded the knife.
She let one moment of weakness ruin her life forever.
It was the wrong information, and it ended up backfiring.
September 5th, 2014. On the outskirts of the Simpson County, Mississippi town of McGee, summer has given way to autumn.
Simpson County consists of two cities. It's Mendenhall and McGee. Everyone knows everyone.
What you'll find in McGee is a lot of farms, a lot of single-family homes.
Around 4 p.m., 66-year-old Eisenhower Durr arrives home after picking up his granddaughter, Chantel, from school.
It was like any other afternoon. Chantel lived with her grandparents, so her grandfather was often the one to pick her up at the end of the day.
But as they approach the front door, something unexpected happens.
Two unknown individuals flee his residence.
Two people come charging out of the front of the house wearing masks.
The assailants run behind the house and into the woods.
Mr. Durr had a sinking feeling in his stomach that something really bad may have happened here.
Eisenhower is immediately worried about his wife, Neoma Durr, who had been home all day.
That's when he went into the house and he saw that Mom was in a pool of blood and she wasn't moving.
Eisenhower makes a desperate call to 911 operators.
He's been married to his wife for 42 years. I cannot imagine how he feels when he sees the love of his life like this. It's a tragedy. It's his worst nightmare.
For 64 years, Neoma Durr lived a life of purpose, principle, and compassion.
She was a very sweet woman. She was very God-fearing.
My mother was a Christian woman. She loved to go to church.
Neoma's husband of over 4 decades, Eisenhower Durr, was a renowned reverend in the area.
Both of my parents were pretty laid back. They didn't fight each other. If they had a disagreement, they would still call each other honey while they're having the disagreement.
This was the couple that everybody wanted to be like.
Together, Neoma and Eisenhower had formed a beautiful blended family.
Eisenhower had fathered a daughter named Cynthia in his teenage years, but Neoma had always treated her like one of her own.
She just was a very non-judgmental person. She was easy to talk to. She made you feel comfortable.
In addition to Cynthia, the Durrs had 4 other children and 3 grandchildren.
2 of which were Cynthia's daughters, Chantel and Kendrala Keys.
Cynthia, she was around a good bit, and her daughters, Kendrala Keys and Chantel, they came over pretty often.
At one point, we were going to church together, so they would come to church with us. And then after church, we'd hang out as a family at the house.
But eventually, a series of unexpected tragedies would end up testing the family's faith.
Cynthia's husband, Kendrick, was killed in a horrific car accident.
Shortly after Kendrick's death, Cynthia was diagnosed with a terminal illness.
She ended up passing away 3 months after Kendrick died.
Mr. Durr and Neoma had just suffered a parent's worst fear of losing a child.
However, no one was more shattered than Cynthia's two daughters, Chantel and Kendrella.
They had just lost both of their parents within 3 months of each other, and it was devastating for the both of them.
Fortunately, Neoma and Eisenhower stepped in for their two granddaughters.
My dad tried his best to honor Cynthia's wishes, which was to look after Kendrella and Chantel after she passed away.
They were granted custody of Chantel because she was still underage.
Kendrella at this point was a little bit older, but they still made sure to do what they could to look after her. They continued to raise her as their own.
No one could have predicted that within just a few short years, Neoma herself would end up in grave danger. On September 5th, 2014, Eisenhower Durr is on the phone with 911 operators.
He entered the house to find his wife lying in a pool of blood.
Mississippi investigators swiftly respond.
They quickly confirmed Mr. Durr's worst fears and pronounced her dead at the scene.
Detective Troy Travis is among the first inside.
Chaotic, I guess, would be the word to use to describe it. It was a bloody scene, very violent scene. Mrs. Durr was bound hand and foot with zip ties.
Police find a baseball bat near Neoma Durr's body that they believe could have been the weapon used in this crime.
But upon further investigation, police realize it wasn't just a bat that ultimately took the 64-year-old grandmother's life.
She had been stabbed in her thighs, her torso.
It just didn't make sense that something so horrible would happen to such a sweet woman like Neoma Durr.
The question now is, who did this to Neoma and why?
September 5th, 2014, Simpson County, Mississippi. Local police have just arrived at the home of 64-year-old grandmother Neoma Durr after receiving a desperate call from her husband, Eisenhower.
She appears to have been beaten with the baseball bat and stabbed several times in her thighs and torso.
Investigators also determine the home has been ransacked.
Drawers have been opened, things have been pulled out, and then they notice that Neoma's wallet is missing from her purse.
Was this a burglary that went sideways?
Whatever the motive, Neoma's killers took no chances.
Detectives found that the phone line had been cut, and also the intercom had been pulled off the wall, and it also had been cut.
So whoever did this, they wanted to make sure that Neoma could not call for help.
But the sheer brutality of the combined bat and knife attack makes it difficult to chalk up to a simple home invasion.
She was stabbed 69 times. That's a lot. It seems like this was personal.
To consider somebody having as much anger as it requires to stab someone 69 times is very difficult to fathom.
When I saw Mrs. Durr's body and the way she was bound, I believed it to be a crime that was committed by someone that she knew.
The senseless killing hits Neoma's loved ones hard.
I got a phone call from my dad. As soon as I answered, I couldn't even make out what he was saying. Like, he was crying, and he said, "Neoma's dead." And I said, "What?" He said, "She's dead." And then I just started screaming, and crying.
When I hear that my mother is no longer alive, I really didn't know what to think, to be honest. I'm like, what's going on?
In their search for answers, investigators first turned to Eisenhower.
Detectives had to ask him if he knew of anyone who would harm Neoma.
And of course, he said no. Like, we had no idea who could have or who would have wanted to commit a crime like that, not against her.
He didn't have any idea who would harm his wife in this way, and everything happened so fast that he didn't recognize the assailants. Both of them had their face covered.
Investigators assure Eisenhower that they're going to do everything in their power to track down his beloved wife's killers.
Investigators are committed to finding out who is responsible. They begin to fan out over the neighborhood. They're knocking on neighbors' doors, asking questions, trying to see if anybody has any information about the incident that happened that day.
Then, their legwork pays off when they speak to a neighbor that lives a few streets over from the Durr's home.
They talked to one neighbor who saw a car turn around in their driveway just minutes after the murder took place.
Police immediately issue an APB for a blue sedan like the one the neighbor described seeing that day.
However, as hours turn to days, police are no closer to putting faces on Neoma Durr's killers.
Investigators used that entire weekend following the incident to scour the neighborhood and talk to as many people as possible, but at the end of that weekend, there was still no leads and they had no luck with any additional answers.
But on the following Monday morning, detectives get a huge break in the case.
Investigators receive a call from a person who claims to have information about Neoma's murder.
He thinks he knows who's responsible.
My parents, they literally did everything together, and they were very close. So for him to lose his wife of 42 years that he did everything with was heartbreaking to him. He lost like 30 pounds within a couple of months. Just lost his appetite, just couldn't eat. He would just lay in bed all day and do nothing. He was just so depressed.
September 2014. Detectives in Simpson County, Mississippi are on a mission to find the individuals responsible for the murder of 64-year-old Neoma Durr.
Neoma Durr was found by her husband, bound, gagged, and stabbed to death inside her home. She had been very badly beaten.
Two masked individuals were seen running from Neoma's home, but her husband could not make out any type of characteristics about them.
So far, the police have little to go on.
Neoma was a beloved grandmother who didn't seem to have any enemies, so everyone was puzzled when this happened to her.
But on the morning after the murder, investigators receive their first big break.
They received a call from a man by the name of Anthony Moore, who says he has information about the case.
Anthony says he lives 140 miles south of Simpson County in Gulfport, Mississippi. According to Anthony, he believes that a friend of his cousin's may be responsible for Neoma Durr's murder.
Anthony explains that he's been staying at his cousin's house, and yesterday they received an unexpected visit.
Around noon, his cousin's friend, Kendrala Keys, shows up unexpectedly at his home with her son. Kendrala asked Anthony's cousin if she could watch their son so that she and her boyfriend could go to a local casino.
Anthony and his cousin didn't have any plans that day, so they agreed to watch the young boy.
But hours later, as nightfall arrived, Anthony and his cousin grew concerned.
Anthony said that when Kendrella didn't return by 6 p.m. to pick up her son, his cousin gave her a call to see where she was. At that point, Kendrella said that she was on her way back and should be there soon.
Kendrella finally returned at around 7 p.m. with her boyfriend, Cottrell Vernado.
Anthony and his cousin noticed that there was something not right at all about the couple's appearance.
Both Kendrella and Cottrell are covered in blood.
Now, Anthony noted that they were driving a blue Toyota Camry. This is the same car that the neighbor spotted minutes after the murder happened.
Anthony says Kendrella explained that the reason they were so late is because they had a change of plans.
She admitted to Anthony and his cousin that they actually hadn't been at the casino, but had traveled 2.5 hours away to Simpson County to visit her grandparents.
The couple didn't provide any more details. But it wasn't long before Anthony put 2 and 2 together.
Soon after they picked up their son, Anthony saw a news report about Neoma's death.
Anthony's cousin, Jasmine, confirmed everything he said.
Could a member of Neoma Durr's tight-knit family really be responsible for her death?
Law enforcement found it hard to believe that Neoma's granddaughter was capable of doing something like this.
So the question becomes, who is Kendrella Keys?
Mississippi native Kendrella Keys was no stranger to trouble.
So Kendrella, she was my niece. When she became a teenager, she kind of started getting a little rebellious and kind of started going left instead of right. She would just do little stuff like going off with random boys that you don't know in the middle of the night.
Years later, when Kendrella's parents passed away, the already fragile young woman was completely broken.
2 major losses such as these, especially unexpected losses for a young adult, can be extremely traumatic and impactful.
Kendrella was very close to her parents. And when they passed away, her grandparents, Eisenhower and Neoma, tried to step in.
Kendrella wasn't very accepting of them trying to take her parents' place.
She would sometimes be a little jealous of my sister Shamice. I guess she thought that she was supposed to be treated exactly the same, which, you know, my mother did, my father did too. But she just maybe wanted that extra mile done for her.
Eventually, Kendrella turned her back on her remaining family members.
Kendrella kind of disappeared. I hadn't heard from her in several years, and she never reached out.
Kendrella's parents had left her and her sister a hefty life insurance policy. But Kendrella tore through the money in no time.
I think she probably spent that money up in, 4 or 5 months. She went through almost $100,000.
At just 22 years old, Kendrella found herself broke and alone.
I can imagine that would leave someone like Kendrella really eager and desperate for any sort of stabilizing force to kind of give her this return to normalcy.
That's when she met 28-year-old Cottrell Vernado.
Cottrell was very outgoing and expressed an immediate interest in Kendrella.
They ended up talking for hours, and she found herself sharing things with him she had never shared with anyone.
Cottrell provided love and support that she was missing from her parents when they passed away. He was a shoulder for her to cry on.
He had experienced his own set of tragedies growing up, so he could really relate to what she was going through.
It was kind of like two lost souls coming together.
And as the two lost souls grew closer, their commitment to each other became unshakable.
Not long after they became an item, Kendrella became pregnant.
They welcomed their first child together, a beautiful baby boy.
The future looked bright. Kendrella expected that they would have a very meaningful and substantial relationship going forward.
So how has their course in life taken such a dark turn?
Now, Kendrella and Cottrell are wanted for homicide. Worse yet, they're wanted for the homicide of Kendrella's step-grandmother, Neoma.
It seemed unbelievable that anyone would do this to their grandparent, but all signs were pointed to Kendrella and Cottrell.
Police wanted to track them down ASAP.
In September of 2014, Mississippi investigators believe Kendrella Keys and her boyfriend, Cottrell Vernado, may be responsible for the murder of 64-year-old Neoma Durr, Kendrella's own grandmother.
A witness saw the couple the day of the murder and said they were covered in blood.
According to the witness, Kendrella had mentioned going to her grandmother's house that day.
The manhunt is on for Kendrella and Cottrell, but it's no easy task.
Police are having a hard time getting a hold of the couple. They're not answering their phone, and they weren't home at their residence in Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
But 2 days later, investigators finally zero in on their suspects.
Investigators have been notified that Kendrella and Cottrell have been spotted.
Kendrella and Cottrell were at a local Walmart.
Police are on the scene within minutes.
They find them in a Walmart parking lot and place them under arrest.
Fortunately, the couple's son was safe with a relative at the time.
Inside the couple's car, police find a key piece of evidence that bolsters their case against them.
They found a knife in the vehicle that they believed was the murder weapon used to kill Neoma.
After transporting their suspects back to the station, detectives sit down with Kendrella first.
She is clearly shaken up. She's very nervous. She's very afraid.
However, she agrees to cooperate and tell them what happened on September 5th.
Kendrella explains to investigators that things have been rocky between her and her grandmother for a while now.
According to Kendrella, their beef centered around the insurance money left behind by her late parents, Cynthia and Kendrick.
Both of her parents had passed away. Miss Keys and her sister had received the financial gains from their deaths, and Mr. Durr was managing those funds to disperse to the children when they needed it.
Cynthia wanted him to be in control, watch over their money, because her children being so young, Kendrella and Chantel, she knew that they wouldn't be responsible enough to handle their finances correctly. I think a lot of us knows what happens when you put a lot of money in a young person's hands.
They were trying to save her from spending all of everything that she had coming to her when her parents died.
But to hear Kendrella tell it, she had been unfairly denied.
Kendrella felt like she was not able to pretty much have access to her money. She felt that her grandparents decided for her and controlled how the money was used.
We know that anger is one of the stages of grief. So all of this kind of just created for Kendrella just a burning anger and resentment.
In her anger, Kendrella singled out her step-grandmother, Neoma Durr.
Kendrala really loved her grandfather. It was easier for her to take it out on Neoma. When it came to money and her inheritance, it was easier for her to blame Neoma.
Eventually, things escalated to where Kendrala became completely estranged from her whole family.
Out on her own, and after blowing through the money her grandfather allotted to her in a matter of months, Kendrala began to accept that she'd used up her insurance nest egg.
Her time away from her family helped her heal and lessen her need to blame, at least at first.
But that all changed when she met Cottrell Vernado.
Kendrala admitted to telling Cottrell about some of the issues that she was having with her grandparents in Neoma.
Cottrell didn't believe that Kendrala should let her grandparents get off so easy.
The man who offered her a shoulder to cry on when she most needed it saw her tragedy as a potential opportunity.
Over time, Cottrell pressured her into hatching a plan to intimidate Neoma into giving them the money.
The couple didn't have much, and now they had a child to pay for. Cottrell believed that Kendrala's grandparents were the ticket.
He felt like Kendrala's grandparents actually owed them this money.
At first, Kendrala refused to consider reconnecting with her family.
She'd walked away from her family to get a fresh start, and being with Cottrell was supposed to be her new beginning.
Even though Kendrala was upset with her grandmother, she felt uneasy about the stuff that Cottrell was proposing to her. After all, Neoma was family.
But Cottrell insisted he was her new family, and she needed to follow his lead.
With enough pressing from Cottrell, Kendrala decided to give in. But she was convinced by Cottrell that Neoma would not get hurt. They were just going to intimidate her.
On September 5th, the couple put their plan into action.
Kendrala admitted that around 12 noon, she and Cottrell both drove about 90 minutes to Gulfport, Mississippi, to her friend's house to drop off their son.
Then they made the 2.5-hour drive to Simpson County, where Kendrala's grandparents lived.
Kendrala says that after they parked the car, they walked to the home, and they had masks, zip ties, and a bat with them. They were surprised to find the door unlocked, so it was easy for them to get inside.
Once the couple came face to face with Neoma, she was in shock.
They immediately began demanding her to give them the money and trying to intimidate her.
Cottrell instructed Kendrala to cut the phone line to prevent Neoma from calling for help.
However, the 64-year-old put up a fight.
According to Kendrala, a struggle ensued when they attempted to restrain her.
They zip-tied her arms and feet together.
But with Neoma still refusing to cooperate, the altercation took a violent turn Kendrala says she never saw coming.
Cottrell began his vicious attack on Mrs. Durr.
Cottrell went absolutely ballistic.
On September 7th, 2014, Mississippi detectives are speaking with 25-year-old Kendrala Keys about the events leading up to her step-grandmother's murder.
64-year-old Neoma Durr was found brutally beaten and stabbed to death in her own home.
Kendrala stated that she did not expect Neoma to be hurt, that they were going over there only to intimidate her.
And they were doing that in an effort for financial gains, for Mrs. Durr to tell them where the money was hidden in the house.
But when Neoma refused to cooperate, Kendrala's boyfriend, Cottrell Vernado, took the altercation to a new level of terror.
Cottrell began his vicious attack on Mrs. Durr by striking her in the head with the baseball bat.
And Kendrala says the situation only spiraled from there.
Cottrell had a knife.
Miss Keys stated that she was holding down the legs of Miss Durr, her grandmother, while Cottrell was stabbing her in the lower abdominal region.
Kendrala said she was frozen in fear.
Suddenly, Neoma stopped struggling.
According to Kendrala, she realized that the worst had happened and Neoma was dead.
Regardless, Cottrell wasn't going to let them leave empty-handed.
Cottrell then instructed Kendrala to get the wallet out of Neoma's purse. Kendrala was so terrified at this point that she did whatever she was told.
Then the two of them ran out of the house as Kendrala's grandfather was just getting home.
On their way back to Gulfport to pick up their son, Kendrala and Cottrell stopped at a Walmart in Hattiesburg to dispose of Neoma's wallet, but not before they used her credit card to buy a big screen TV.
Kendrala insists that the killing was a complete shock to her.
She completely didn't expect for her boyfriend to take the aggressive measures that he did, so she blamed the actual murder solely on her boyfriend, Cottrell.
Now investigators want to question Cottrell to see if he can verify Kendrala's story.
However, when detectives sit down with Cottrell, he does quite the opposite.
Cottrell acts oblivious to why he's there and denies any involvement or knowledge in the murder of Mrs. Durr. Denies that he was even in the area.
Then after some pressing, he says that he rode by Neoma's house, but he kept going towards Gulfport.
And further along in the interview, he admits that he was at the residence, but he does not go in the residence.
So now he's trying to throw Kendrala under the bus and blame the whole thing on her.
He said that he just stood outside the home while Kendrala went inside.
Which forensic evidence would later prove that to be a lie.
When the autopsy results came back, his DNA was found under my mom's fingernail. So we know that he was just lying.
Despite their efforts to throw blame elsewhere, both Kendrala and Cottrell must answer for Neoma's death.
To investigators, Kendrala and Cottrell are equally culpable for this homicide. To them, it doesn't matter which one wielded the knife.
Authorities charged them both with capital murder.
Neoma's family applauds the decision.
At first, I was a little shocked, but Kendrala's already, kind of out there at the time. I kind of knew that she must be delusional.
I was surprised at first when I found out that it was her. But then when I thought about it, she was so vengeful, making my parents seem like the bad people or the villains. And she knows how her boyfriend reacts. And that's what happened.
But will the couple ever see their day in court?
Cottrell is in the exercise yard of the jail when he makes a run for it.
He hops the fence.
Cottrell has escaped.
I think that Kendrala came up with her own scenario in her own head, which was misguided. And she passed that on to her boyfriend, who had never met my mother. And maybe that angered him, the information that Kendrella was sharing with him. Unfortunately, my dad and my mom were trying to do the right thing, but it ended up backfiring.
In September of 2014, Kendrella Keys and her boyfriend, Cottrell Vernado, stand accused of fatally assaulting Kendrella's grandmother, 64-year-old Neoma Durr.
Authorities have charged Kendrella Keys and Cottrell Vernado with capital murder. It was a particularly brutal crime where Neoma had been stabbed and beaten to death in her own home.
Neoma's family is eager to get some justice for this heinous crime.
But on November 17th, with the couple's trial looming, the unthinkable happens.
Cottrell was in the exercise yard of the jail when he decided to make a run for it.
The guards aren't quick enough to catch him, and he's able to jump the fence.
Cottrell is nowhere to be found. He's escaped.
Law enforcement tend to take an escape personally, and so they're highly motivated to capture that escaped inmate.
As law enforcement scours the area for Cottrell, Marcus Durr receives an unexpected letter.
Kendrella sent a letter in the mail addressed to my brother Marcus and to my dad.
This is how it starts off. Dear grandfather, I know I'm probably the last person you wanted to hear from, but I'm writing nonetheless.
In the letter, she basically said that she didn't commit the crime and she wasn't there. She just basically denied everything.
I hate that you think I or anyone I'm associated with would hurt your mother, Marcus.
At one point, she said, I'm sorry that your wife passed that way. I know firsthand what it's like to lose someone close to you. And then she also threw in there, you know, after all, we're all family.
She wrote, I'm praying for you all. You can come visit me anytime. Find peace in Jesus' name. Sincerely, K. Keys. Really a bunch of nonsense. That's what she wrote.
While the family continues trying to make sense of Kendrella's strange letter, police are zeroing in on Cottrell.
Simpson County Sheriff's Department is actively looking for Cottrell, and eventually he is apprehended on the other side of town.
No one has ever got out of a Simpson County jail and stayed out.
Once back in custody, Cottrell's murder charges are upgraded to include prison escape. And it's then that he makes a surprising admission.
Cottrell changes his story and admits to killing Neoma Durr.
Now that prosecutors have confessions from both defendants, Kendrella and Cottrell, they decide to offer a plea.
If the couple takes the plea, they'll be sentenced to life in prison, but they'll escape the death penalty.
Both Cottrell and Kendrella took the deal.
I guess they would know that if they take it to trial, they would probably be playing with their life.
I think justice was served. You always reap what you sow. If you commit a crime, then you gotta do the time.
Kendrella Keys will now have a lifetime behind bars to think about what she sacrificed for her man.
One moment of weakness and a lifetime of regret. That message would fit her to a T. She let one moment of weakness ruin her life forever.
In relationships, you have to be very careful who you trust. You have to be very careful who you share information with. You have to be very careful who has influence over you.
My mother, Miss Neoma Durr, was a good woman who really didn't deserve something like this to happen to her. But ultimately it did happen, and it broke a lot of people's hearts.
In the heat of love, it's all too easy to lose sight of who we are and what we mean to those who've always been there for us and have always wanted the best for us. If you find yourself having to choose between your man and your family, choose wisely. Falling in love can feel like diving headfirst into water. The plunge is exhilarating. The rush overwhelms you. Nothing else matters. But if you're not careful, you can get caught up in the current. Soon you don't know which way is up. You struggle for air and fight like hell until your very last breath. New Orleans, Louisiana. It's here that the muddy Mississippi River snakes its way into the salty brine of the Gulf of Mexico, where boats and barges begin their journey to busy ports. This intracoastal waterway often looks calm, peaceful, but looks can be deceiving.
The call to 911 came in from a man who was using the intercoastal.
New Orleans police operator 227, where is the emergency?
Yes, I was headed westbound to the intercoastal waterway. I'm on the boat, or somebody dead person in the water. They floating face down.
Are you gonna be there?
Yes, I'm standing up looking at it here.
The New Orleans Police Department responds to the call.
When I arrived, I couldn't get any notion of how the body died. My initial thought was it could be a natural or it could have been a suicide. We rolled it and we were able to determine it was a female.
One clue immediately reveals to police a sinister story.
She was bound. We found some blue rope wrapped around her ankles, and it was frayed off, like there was some kind of object next to it.
But who is this woman, and who would want her dead?
It was absolutely atrocious. So you have to think that this is some form of retaliation. We don't know the depth of what's actually going on.
This scene was challenging. I had no idea who my victim was. I don't know where the body went in the water at. I didn't even know the manner of death, but I felt like I was definitely working a homicide.
Though police have little to go on, news of the unidentified woman's death ripples throughout the Crescent City and beyond.
Even in a city like New Orleans, where there's a lot of killings and a lot of murders, this one stood out for the gruesome nature.
About 70 miles northwest of New Orleans is St. Gabriel, Louisiana. The small town is home to local beauty, Brittany Martin.
Brittany Martin was very outgoing, did well in school. Then after graduation, she attempted to receive a higher education degree. But by the time she enrolled in Delgado Community College, she was pregnant.
The baby derailed some of her education plans.
With her baby's father no longer in the picture, Brittany took the role of single mom in stride, working temp jobs to make ends meet. But Brittany craved something more stable.
Brittany Martin, at age 21, started working as a prison guard.
Being a corrections officer presented to her financial stability, what she needed at that time because she now had a child to raise.
Brittany's primary duty was inmate supervision.
She was actually responsible for monitoring the interactions of the inmates, make sure that they were following protocol, that it was a calm environment, there was no inappropriate activities going on.
Though the job gave Brittany a regular paycheck, it also presented a slew of unexpected challenges.
Brittany is very, very attractive. She has those features that would draw a man's attention to her.
To be a 21-year-old prison guard, a woman in an institution filled with men, she's the center of attention, obviously, for lots and lots of inmates.
There was sexual harassment and the psychological distress from having to be in that working environment on a day-to-day basis.
However, there was one inmate, a man named Horatio Johnson, who went out of his way to make sure Brittany felt safe.
Horatio was serving a sentence but was held in very high regard, and so he was also a protective barrier for her against any of the other inmates. She was not getting the catcalls, the threats.
He was very smart. He was a very good-looking individual. He's very charismatic.
He didn't come off as your average criminal or what we want to think about as your average criminal.
But underneath Horatio's charm was a man with a vicious criminal history.
He had gone to prison for manslaughter. The facts of that case are disturbing.
Horatio waited for somebody to come in the area, and he jumped out, shot him in the face with a shotgun.
Despite Horatio's history of violence, Brittany soon developed feelings for him.
Small talk develops into conversation. You're getting to know them, they're getting to know you, and then the longer you're there, the stronger those bonds become. It makes you feel good, and it makes you want to like them back.
Eventually, prison officials caught on that there was something going on with the two of them, that there was an illicit relationship taking place.
They found letters and pictures in Mr. Johnson's possession from her to him. And she was given the opportunity to resign without having to go through administrative process.
Brittany may have quit her job at the prison, but her feelings for Horatio only grew stronger.
Brittany planned her future with him, saw him as the man that she wanted to help raise her son and to have her own family with, and a house and a white picket fence.
She adored him. He made her feel good about herself.
She was in love with Horatio. She was head over heels over this guy.
When Horatio was paroled 4 months later, Brittany was right there waiting for him.
Horatio looks like the kind of kid that you take home to mama.
He was someone who seemed to be well educated, seemed to be very business savvy.
Brittany believed she and Horatio would be together forever. But little did she know, her fairy tale romance wouldn't have a happy ending. March 10th, 2014. New Orleans detectives have recovered the body of a woman from the Intracoastal Waterway.
We didn't know if the victim had been stabbed, shot, strangled. This was the first time I ever dealt with a homicide investigation where the manner of death wasn't shooting or immediately known on scene.
The body had been bound with nylon rope, which appeared to be frayed at the bottom, as if something heavy had been attached and torn loose.
Who is this woman, and how did she end up dead? As they examine the body, detectives come up with their first real break in the case. One that will ultimately reveal just how far Brittany Martin would go to prove her love for Horatio.
While we were inspecting the body, we noted that there was a tattoo on the lower back of the victim. Now I at least had an avenue to go down.
Brittany Martin is a young mother who followed her heart and got swept up in a taboo romance, sacrificing her career as a prison guard in order to be with a handsome inmate named Horatio Johnson.
Brittany was just in love with him. She was willing to sacrifice everything.
Brittany was so in love with Horatio and had planned her future with him.
Once Brittany's man was paroled, the two started a life together in Laplace, Louisiana, just outside New Orleans.
She thought, oh, we were gonna be in love and get married, but there was something that none of us could ever anticipate.
Not far from Laplace, New Orleans detectives are investigating the death of a woman whose submerged body has just been pulled from the Intracoastal Waterway.
It was a very, very gruesome discovery.
Couldn't tell who my victim was. I was overwhelmed, to say the least.
But police catch a break when they examine the body.
We flipped the body, trying to look for any defects or any signs of evidence. We noted a tattoo had some version of the word kin in it.
Detectives suspect the woman may be one half of a local married couple that disappeared 3 weeks earlier.
Kenneth and Lakeitha Joseph were married with no children. They lived in a suburb of New Orleans. They were reported missing on February 19th, 2014.
So I immediately reached out to the investigator that's handling that missing persons investigation. They had confirmed that Lakeitha Joseph, the female of the missing couple, had a lower back tattoo of kin.
Shortly after detectives ID Lakeitha Joseph, the coroner supplies them with the cause of death.
The pathologist ruled out any signs of strangulation. There were no bullet wounds or stab wounds. The pathologist ruled it as a homicide by drowning.
That same day, investigators reach out to Lakeitha's family and share the devastating news.
I learned that Lakeitha had once been in the military, but left because she was afraid of water, didn't know how to swim.
A fact which makes Lakeitha's death all the more horrific.
Water is going into your nose, into your lungs. It's absolutely torture. No one should have to die that way.
And neither of Lakeitha's parents can imagine who would have wanted to hurt their beloved daughter.
Kenneth and Lakeitha were close with their loved ones. At no time did Kenneth nor Lakeitha tell their families about any problems or beefs that they were having.
In fact, Lakeitha and Kenneth were inseparable. So where is her other half?
The Josephs were reported missing by family members who became concerned because they had borrowed a van that they had not returned, which was very unusual for them.
Back at the station, detectives turned their attention to the van that Lakeitha and Kenneth borrowed but never returned.
The van pops up in Atlanta at a motel parking lot, and they got with Atlanta police to process this vehicle for blood evidence, DNA, anything they could find.
The van had been cleaned prior to it being discovered, but they noted that a large area of blood or suspected blood in the back of the van.
The blood tested out to be a mixture of both Kenneth and Lakeitha, so they knew that the couple had been transported in this van at some point and certainly had been injured.
It's looking more and more like Kenneth Joseph may also be dead.
After this van was recovered, detectives were able to find surveillance video from this motel.
At some point in the video, he sees the van enter the motel parking lot, and a male comes in to check in at the hotel.
Detectives cross-reference the time and date the van entered the parking lot with the hotel's check-in records. One name appears.
I came up with the name Frank Mike Jr. as the person that was driving the van.
They immediately run the name through their system.
Frank Mike had a series of arrests and run-ins. He was actually on probation at the time for drug dealing.
We found out that Frank Mike has a house in New Orleans East.
But before detectives can make contact with Frank Mike Jr., another body is found floating in the Intracoastal Waterway.
It's a male, it's face down, from the chest to the head, it's floating, and the rest of the body is down, and it seems to have been in the water a mighty long time, so it might be the man that they've been looking for.
I was able to view the body size and height and weight and all that seemed similar to Kenneth, so I was fairly confident.
Detectives confirm the second body is in fact Kenneth Joseph.
Kenneth Joseph's body also was bound with the same blue nylon rope.
But the real mystery is just beginning. And what detectives find tethered to the rope reveals the true nature of the crime.
It was very clearly apparent that there were so many steps that had been taken to conceal the bodies.
But police will soon make another equally shocking discovery. The identity of the killer and the seemingly kind-hearted working mom at the center of it all.
Outside looking in, she does not appear to be a criminal, but looks can be deceiving.
Around the time she began to date Horatio, Brittany became very distant from her family and was leading a double life. She had her life with Horatio, and then she had her life with her family, who was not that welcoming and didn't think that he was good for her to begin with. And so because of that, she drew closer and closer to him and further away from a family that she had been close to prior to being in a relationship with him.
"25-year-old former prison guard Brittany Martin found the man of her dreams in recently paroled felon Horatio Johnson.
Brittany was very, very madly in love with Horatio Johnson.
But the true nature of Brittany and Horatio's romance is about to be revealed, along with the gruesome lengths Brittany was willing to go to in order to prove her love for him. It starts when investigators recover Kenneth Joseph's battered body from the same murky waterway where his wife Lakeitha was found 12 days earlier.
This murder definitely stood out as an unusual kind of story, just for the very brutal nature of the killings, the mystery of what had happened to this couple, who possibly could have done this to them, and why they would do it in this manner.
As they look over the body, police learn why they didn't find Kenneth sooner.
His feet were bound with blue rope, same as Lakeitha, same style, same color, same texture of rope. But his body was tied to a 35-pound kettlebell.
We pretty much ascertained that Lakeitha most likely had one also, and it frayed off in the water. And we pretty much figured those kettlebells used to weigh the bodies down so they would be undiscoverable by police.
It appeared to police that this was a very personalized kind of killing. Both people were still alive when they were actually dumped into the water.
With Kenneth's body now identified, detectives turn their attention to Frank Mike Jr., the man spotted in surveillance footage, driving the van that the Josephs borrowed the night they disappeared.
I met with Frank Mike. He had come down on his own accord and agreed to meet with me.
You're doing the right thing by coming to us. I'm telling you that right now.
Frank Mike Jr. is surprisingly open with detectives.
I'm telling you, I went over to cut my bread, and the van was there.
He essentially tells me that he noted there was a van parked in the backyard. He didn't know who the van belonged to. He thought it was strange, but he immediately knew to call his nephew, Stephen Bradley.
Call him, like, what's up with that van, dude? He's like, oh, man, you know, we pulled something off.
Stephen Bradley told Frank Mike we'd pulled off a little move in this van that meant that they'd either robbed somebody or something had happened.
Mike knew his nephew was involved in armed robberies and things of that nature, so he didn't ask any further questions.
Stephen said they had to get rid of this van and get it out of New Orleans.
Frank asked Bradley if he could use the van because he had an upcoming trip to go to Atlanta, and Bradley gave him the okay.
I asked him to use it for the weekend, because I always go to Atlanta buy purses, hats, wallets, watches, and I sell this stuff.
Frank Mike Jr. tells detectives that it wasn't until he arrived in Atlanta that he realized the vehicle was related to the disappearance of Kenneth and Lakeitha Joseph.
I was flipping through the notes, and this was on, and I was just looking at it. I was like, this can't be.
Frank says at that point, he decided to ditch the van.
That's it for me with the van. I wipe my fingerprints off.
The thing about the van is that the van's got blood all in the van.
Frank Mike claimed that he didn't know anything about there being blood in it.
Even though Frank Mike Jr.'s story doesn't entirely add up, police have another potential suspect to look into, Stephen Bradley.
I'm trying to locate Bradley, and I'm still trying to develop more information to go back at Frank Mike to kind of tear down his interview. So I'm at a standstill in my investigation.
In the meantime, detectives turn to the most disturbing piece of evidence, the kettlebell used to sink Kenneth Joseph's body.
I remember thinking that's going to be the key to this case.
Detectives were able to work backwards from that, basically find out where this particular weight was sold.
I felt like the kettlebell was fairly new and purchased around the time of the murders, so we go start looking at different retail shops in the area.
Investigators speak with store managers in the New Orleans area about their kettlebell stock, looking for a match. And they find one.
The manager runs a little SKU number, goes, yeah, we had a sale shortly after midnight one night. What was sold? 2 kettlebells, gloves, blue rope. Our hearts like stopped. Like, oh my God, this is it. This is the sale. I'm like, can you get video?
The manager sends over the store's surveillance footage for detectives to view.
Lo and behold, we see a couple, a male and female. They're in the self-checkout area, and they're purchasing all these items.
They purchased 2 35-pound kettlebells, 3 pairs of gloves, 2 pairs of men's shoes, 2 men's hoodies, and some cleaner, what we've referred to as the murder kit.
It's a jaw-dropping discovery, but not nearly as shocking as the name on the credit card used to purchase the so-called murder kit.
When they were able to further trace that purchase, it was signed with a credit card belonging to Brittany Martin.
Is Brittany Martin somehow involved in the murders of Kenneth and Lakeitha Joseph? Or has her credit card been stolen? When detectives pull Brittany's ID and take a closer look at the store's surveillance video, the answer becomes plain as day.
Surveillance video captured them walking in. And one of the things that struck me is she's smiling, and the look on her face is just such a look of love and admiration.
Detectives in New Orleans are investigating the murders of husband and wife Kenneth and Lakeitha Joseph. After tracing the purchase of the so-called murder kit, the kettlebells, blue rope, and other supplies to a local retail store, investigators have come across an unlikely new suspect.
When they were able to further trace that purchase, they found it was signed with a credit card belonging to Brittany Martin.
Why would this kind, warm-hearted mom be involved in such a heinous crime?
We do some research. Brittany Martin, she has no history, no criminal history, but this major transgression where she crossed the line and had this inappropriate contact with Horatio Johnson in jail.
Horatio Johnson had a lengthy, violent history.
It appeared that he simply was a bad guy, heinous, evil individual.
Detectives also discover that Horatio has a connection with the male victim.
Horatio Johnson and Kenneth Joseph were cousins.
Had Brittany's love for Horatio compelled her to help him commit not 1, but 2 murders? And what was the motive? On April 9th, detectives bring Brittany into the station for questioning.
I attempted to interview her. I explained to her I felt like she was in grave danger because I knew Horatio Johnson's history, and I knew that if he felt like she stood in his way from freedom or going to jail, that he would kill her too.
So at that point, she shuts them down.
Brittany opens her cell phone, claiming that she needs to speak to her attorney.
You can tell she's actually on the phone with Horatio.
It was pretty obvious that her loyalty really was with Horatio.
Between Brittany's phone call, the credit card purchase, and the surveillance video, police are fairly certain the 2 lovers are involved in the murders. But the evidence is purely circumstantial, and investigators are still unable to tie Brittany or Horatio to the blood-stained van.
Anything I said to her was just gonna fall upon deaf ears, so she was free to go.
Once Brittany is released, detectives circle back to the stolen van and Stephen Bradley's connection to the case. Detectives eventually locate Stephen and bring him in for questioning.
Once we got to the interview room, he was willing to talk, and Bradley tells us that he knows Horatio Johnson. When was the last time you talked to Horatio?
Man, it's been a minute. Horatio know me from music. My reason for dealing with Horatio is to get heard.
Stephen Bradley was a struggling rapper trying to make it. Horatio was promoting him.
Bradley said that on this particular evening, Bradley was at a recording studio and Horatio showed up with the van.
He was like, man, I need to get rid of this van. So I'm like, man, what's the problem? Yeah, like, man, I just need to get rid of it. I said, don't worry, I got it.
Stephen Bradley tells investigators a man named Blue owned the recording studio, and the two of them drove the van to Frank Mike Jr.'s house.
Bradley said they noted what they suspected to be blood in the back of the van.
No, like real talk, like I know they had blood in there.
Was it on the roof, on the walls?
It was on the floor.
Detectives press Bradley for more information, but that's all he's willing to say.
I feel like he knew more about the bodies, but as the interview progressed, Bradley shut down. He wanted to speak with his attorney prior to giving up any more information. So at that point, I had to terminate the interview.
Investigators are getting closer to solving this mystery, but they still don't understand how or why someone like Brittany Martin would be involved in a crime like this. Nor do they have enough evidence to make an arrest. That is, until an associate of Stephen Bradley's comes forward.
He tells me that he had a direct conversation with Bradley. Bradley more or less confessed.
Yeah, he said, I need to get this off my chest. And then he started telling me what happened. And I was like, I kept saying, I do not want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
According to the witness, Stephen said he was hanging out with Blue at the studio when Kenneth Joseph entered, accompanied by his cousin, Horatio.
He said that Horatio hit Kenneth with a chair, then placed the chair on top of Kenneth's throat, and then stood on the chair and then jumped onto his body.
He said he was just kind of standing there like Horatio was just, he was like an animal.
No reason was ever given. Bradley never said that they were asking him questions or yelling at them for any particular reason to give up information.
To know that you're dying at the hands of someone that you share blood with, I can't imagine that.
Investigators don't need a clear motive for an arrest warrant. They just need evidence. And thanks to the witness's statement, now they've got it.
At this point in the investigation, I elected to apply for an arrest warrant for both Brittany and Horatio for the crime of second-degree murder.
Based on witness statements, credit card receipts, and surveillance footage, investigators believe 25-year-old Brittany Martin and her boyfriend Horatio Johnson are responsible for the murders of Kenneth and Lakeitha Joseph.
From the store video overhead camera, you could see Horatio Johnson handling the kettlebell weights using the sleeve of his sweatshirt. He was being very careful not to leave any fingerprints even during the purchase, which looked very, very suspicious.
The receipt had been signed by Brittany Martin, who used her credit card.
Miss Martin's walking through the store as if it's another day. She looks like she's the happiest woman in the world.
I believe that she probably had a series of emotions while in that relationship with him. A part of her was afraid of him, but I think a part of it was she loved him. She was willing to do anything for him. He made her feel good about herself.
On May 6, 2014, nearly 2 months after the deaths of Kenneth and Lakeitha Joseph, police obtain arrest warrants for both Brittany and Horatio.
Once the arrest warrants were signed, Horatio and Brittany turned themselves in.
But even after turning themselves in, neither Brittany nor Horatio will speak to police.
Horatio, please don't make this more difficult than what it needs to be.
All right, so don't try to force me.
Can you call my son? Appreciate it.
Investigators allow the couple to reach out to their attorneys, but not before they collect their cell phones as evidence.
When you get into someone's phone, you get some deep details about what they're thinking. When I start seeing, months after the actual killings, messages of "I love you," "I can't wait to see you," things of that nature, I knew that Brittany Martin is gonna be a difficult person. And everyone always thinks, go to the woman, she'll break first, but Brittany wasn't doing that.
With Brittany refusing to turn on Horatio, detectives decide to search the recording studio where Kenneth Joseph was allegedly attacked.
Unfortunately, when we went inside, the whole place had been remodeled.
Everything was cleaned up. There's no way this is a coincidence. So nothing was found in the studio that could further corroborate that story that something happened there.
Detectives attempt to find the studio's owner, the man known as Blue.
We had an arrest warrant for him, but we can't seem to find him. By all accounts, he left the country.
With Blue in the wind, detectives obtain an arrest warrant for Stephen Bradley. But like Brittany, Stephen refuses to play ball.
He said, I want to be able to go into jail holding my head high. I'm not a rat. He refused to speak.
I'm done talking, man. I'm done talking.
Police arrest Frank Mike Jr., who also stonewalls them.
Nobody was talking to the police. Not one person. Not Brittany, not Frank, not Stephen Bradley, not Horatio Johnson.
We knew we had a very difficult case. In order to be able to piece together what happened and be able to prove our case beyond a reasonable doubt, we needed somebody from the inside.
That's when detectives come up with a plan they hope will turn Brittany Martin's undying loyalty to Horatio Johnson on its head. It involves Horatio's uncle, who lives in Texas, and a visit Horatio and Brittany paid him shortly after Horatio was paroled.
Horatio introduced him to Brittany, stating, this is the girl I love, this is the girl I'm going to marry.
When she walks off and is out of earshot, Horatio says, man, I don't love that girl. That girl's stupid. That girl's gullible. I'm just using her. I'll never marry her.
The prosecution provides a copy of the uncle's statement to Brittany's defense attorney.
At this point, she's been arraigned. She's no longer with her son. She's not seeing her mother, and she's still standing by Horatio.
I said, Brittany, y'all will get married. She said, yeah, Mr. David. As soon as this is all over, he and I are gonna get married. We already talked about it. We might move to Houston.
That's when Brittany's attorney shows her the statement from Horatio's uncle.
So she picks up the report and she starts reading. And I could see her eyes well up with tears. She's about to cry. Then she put the paper down. She said, he won't play me, huh? Call those people. I won't tell them the real story.
The breaking point was when she realized Horatio didn't love her back. Brittany's lovely, she's an intelligent woman, she's a beautiful woman, but the moment she found out he didn't actually love her, that's when everything broke. I don't think she wants to admit to how weak she had to be to fall for something of that level. It's something that I think it's very hard for anyone to accept. To accept that you're willing to sacrifice your life, know that 2 other people have been killed. That's something I can't imagine reconciling in my own mind.
Brittany Martin and Horatio Johnson have each been charged with second-degree murder in the drowning deaths of Lakeitha and Kenneth Joseph. Hoping she'll turn on her man, the prosecution presents Brittany's attorney with evidence that suggests Horatio may have been playing Brittany all along.
Her eyes got very watery. She was reading the report, and then she put the paper down. She said, call those people. I won't tell them the real story.
Just like I suspected, I got a call, and they were ready to talk. We flipped her against essentially the love of her life. Hell hath no fury like a woman's call.
Brittany finally reveals the events that led to the murders of Kenneth and Lakeitha Joseph.
Brittany got a call from Horatio asking her to come meet him at the studio.
Did you say a reason why to come over there?
No, he just asked me to stop by because I was in the area.
When Brittany pulled up, she found Horatio standing outside with Kenneth. Lakeitha was sitting in the van.
Horatio and Kenneth get ready to head into the studio. Horatio asked me to go and speak with Lakeitha, to go introduce myself to her and talk to her for a while.
Kenneth and Horatio went inside the recording studio. Lakeitha and Brittany stayed outside.
We start to talk about just general things. And Horatio comes back out of the studio. So then he says, tell her to come inside.
Brittany says that once she and Lakeitha entered the studio, things took an unexpected turn.
Brittany sees Horatio grab his cousin's wife, put her in a chokehold.
He was choking her, and I started to kind of scream. Then I got out of the studio.
She flees, but she doesn't stop to call 911.
I stopped to like cool off and just relax a bit.
She said she received a couple of phone calls from Horatio, like, baby, just come back, just come back.
And he was like, everything is okay, just come back. And I told him, no, I'm not coming back. But he kept on like, please come back, I want to talk to you. I just need to make sure you're okay, come back.
Horatio told her whatever she needed to hear to make her think it was gonna be all right. He smooth talked her and got her to come back.
I pulled up and he asked me if I'm okay.
Brittany says that in the moment, Horatio told her that he loved her, and if she loved him, she'd help him. Desperate to prove her love to Horatio, Brittany obliged.
They go to a major retail store. They're captured on surveillance video.
We see when they're entering into the store, she's staring into his eyes. It's not just simply walking in with us. She's staring up into his eyes longingly.
They purchased what police describe as the murder kit. 2 of these kettlebell weights, the blue nylon rope, gloves that was used in the killing.
Brittany states that she and Horatio then returned to the recording studio. Brittany waited in her car while Horatio went inside.
He stays in there a while, but every now and then he'll come outside and look at the door to make sure I was still outside parked waiting, because he told me to sit right here, don't leave.
She sees Horatio, Stephen Bradley, and Blue carrying a large object to the van. And then they go back inside, and then they come out with another large object and put that in the van.
From your vantage point, could you tell me what those items were?
I couldn't see, but I know it was definitely heavy.
Detectives surmised that these objects were the Josephs, who had been beaten unconscious.
They get the bodies from the recording studio. They say, hey, come and get in the car. And Horatio's like, you gotta be stupid, I'm not riding with those bodies.
Brittany claims that at that point, Stephen Bradley and Blue drove away in the van. Horatio got in the car with Brittany and told her to follow them.
Brittany says she follows that van from Metairie into New Orleans, out towards Chalmette. When they pulled up on top of the bridge, Horatio told her to stop the car.
And he got out of the car, went to the edge of the bridge, up over the bridge. He stood there for a while.
Based on Brittany's statement, prosecutors believe Stephen Bradley and Blue dumped the bodies of the Josephs off the bridge while Horatio looked on from a distance.
He's there, but he doesn't dump them. Horatio involves himself just enough and makes other people play a special role.
We had doctors who testified that they died from drowning. So to spend your last moments, your last waking moments underwater, tied up across with somebody that you love, and you can do nothing, that has to be one of the worst ways to die. It is incredibly frightening.
Brittany says that a few minutes later, Horatio got back in the car and they continued driving.
He told me to flick my lights. The van was like waiting for him. The van starts up, they go off first, and I was behind them.
Brittany's statement allows prosecutors to move forward with their case against Horatio Johnson. And on August 22nd, 2017, his trial gets underway.
Brittany was still in love with this person, but I think she decided to just take a stand against Horatio. And so Ms. Martin testified.
Horatio Johnson was found guilty as charged of second-degree murder. He was ultimately sentenced to a mandatory life sentence plus 60.
Stephen Bradley and his uncle Frank Mike Jr. are both convicted of obstruction of justice.
Stephen Bradley is currently serving a 35-year prison sentence.
Frank Mike received 9 years in Department of Corrections.
The owner of the recording studio, the man known as Blue, remains on the run. There is still a warrant out for his arrest in connection with this case. As for Brittany Martin, in exchange for testifying against her man, she is given a 10-year sentence for obstruction of justice.
I don't think that we could have been successful in this case without her assistance. Brittany was our key witness in this case.
One thing that really never came out in trial was the motive for this killing. How this couple could be murdered in such a brutal way by a cousin, what could have precipitated that?
We heard it was rumored to be about drugs and money.
But prosecutors and police never really were able to uncover any evidence of that.
Though the motive behind the crime may forever be shrouded in mystery, one thing is certain. Brittany Martin's blind devotion to Horatio Johnson cost Kenneth and Lakeitha Joseph their lives.
The only person that could have actually helped didn't, and that was Brittany. How could you watch the man you love do this to someone else? How?
She failed to take some action. She could have called 911, and maybe those two individuals might still be alive. But she didn't. She was bit by the love bug.
She was in love with Horatio Johnson. He had some kind of control over her that made her stay quiet for so long.
Even though her life was changing, that night, it only took for him to look her in the eye and say, "Baby, it's gonna be all right." And she believed him.
We all surrender to love at some point in our lives. But sometimes, giving in completely to those emotions can find us in over our heads. Like a rip current, that love grabs hold. And the harder you fight, the quicker you're pulled under. You're drowning. And no one's there to save you. Least of all, the one you love. After being diagnosed with a rare medical condition, Chicagoan Tiffany Jacobs is looking for a man to help her feel normal.
Tiffany just wanted to put the pieces of her life back together again.
But her dreams of romance are shattered when she falls in love with a man who drives her to do the unthinkable.
Floyd had a mind of his own where anything could set him off.
Gotta go! Tiffany was opening herself up to a whole world of trouble.
And later, in Spokane, Washington, from the time she was a child, Jackie Wortham's defiant nature has caused turmoil amongst her small family.
Anything under the sun that you can name, Jackie did it.
And when she joins hands with a lover who adds fuel to her fire, it scorches a malevolent path of domestic destruction.
Evan was her cheerleader in the worst way.
I don't think Jackie had any second thoughts or concern about what they had done.
Brought up by a hard-working mother on the streets of Chicago, Illinois, 16-year-old Tiffany Jacobs is mature beyond her years.
And her mom was trying to make ends meet. And so therefore, Tiffany was left to fend for herself an awful lot of the times, especially in the evenings.
Although she has the freedom to do whatever she pleases, the strong-willed sophomore manages to stay out of trouble.
Most kids who were in a situation where they're left at home a lot, they'll find something to get their minds off of being alone. But in Tiffany's case, he focused on school.
She stayed away from drugs, she stayed away from alcohol, she stayed away from peer pressure. She was pretty much a straight A kind of student.
Despite her sterling academic record, the teen opts to forego college following commencement and enter the job force.
She worked for a bill collecting agency, and she did pretty well there, and she was very well liked by her coworkers.
When a child is left to grow up on their own, they can develop incredibly fast and become a very functioning part of society. But on the flip side, if they don't have the proper influences, they may be at risk to engage in really bad behaviors.
Over the next 4 years, life couldn't be more fulfilling for the now 22-year-old.
She worked hard and she was able to save some money, so much so that she got her own place. In fact, right underneath her mother, who it seems that she had a very good relationship with.
When we can finally get out from under our parents, the tendency is to feel a lot of freedom, to feel that self-empowerment, and therefore to be able to connect with other people, and certainly with people of the opposite sex.
All of Tiffany's hard work seems to be paying off, but now she's looking to play. And after testing the waters, she hooks herself a steady boyfriend in 25-year-old Tony Vincent.
Tony was a friend of a friend, and they started talking and kind of went from there.
He seemed very charming at first, and she fell in love pretty quickly. She loved the fact that he gave her butterflies in her stomach and was off to the dating races.
When we fall in love for the first time, it really does introduce a rush of emotions and feelings that has never been experienced before. And that's why it makes that first love so intoxicating, so intense.
But her dream romance quickly spirals into a nightmare when, after only 2 months, Tony's seemingly warm heart turns dark.
All of a sudden, the relationship started getting abusive, physically and mentally, and then she broke it off.
After the relationship with Tony ended, Tiffany took a real hit to her self-esteem and just felt shattered and wanted to put the pieces of her life back together again.
To take her mind off Tony, the new single quickly refocuses on her job, but can't shake the lingering after effects. Though just a few years later, she finds out she has more serious issues to worry about.
Shortly after Tiffany turned 24, her mom and her went out shopping. And out of nowhere, Tiffany started to feel tingling and numbness in her arms.
Are you all right? Sit down, baby. Sit down.
Her mom noticed that her words started to be slurred and incoherent. She knew at that moment that something was dreadfully wrong, so Tiffany was rushed to the hospital.
Doctors tell her she's had a stroke, but can't figure out why. That is until a few weeks after being released, when she has 2 more. She's immediately scheduled for surgery to relieve pressure in the veins in her skull.
Tiffany's diagnosis ended up being something called moyamoya, which is a cerebrovascular condition which blocked arteries that go to your brain.
Moyamoya actually originated in Asia. Primarily, it strikes children, but it can also strike adults too. And because it is so rare, we don't know a lot about this particular disease.
The surgery's a success, but as she begins to recover, Tiffany is a shell of her former self.
Her personality completely shifted. She was once a very outgoing person to being shy, and she kind of wanted the acceptance of other people, particularly men.
Medical problems can be a huge blow to your psyche. It could set you back mentally, emotionally, physically, but also it can change the very fiber of your being, sometimes for the better, but oftentimes for the worse.
To prove her self-worth, Tiffany latches onto any man who shows her attention, which her mother knows is a recipe for disaster.
She decided to apply for guardianship over Tiffany because she saw where things were going. She wanted to protect her daughter as much as she could.
For the next several years, Tiffany lives under her mother's watchful eye in the apartment she rents a floor below.
The moyamoya had some cognitive effects on her learning, but Tiffany actually enrolled in a local college and was well on her way to getting her associate's degree.
At this point, she's 29 years old, and things just seem to be trending in the right direction.
Unfortunately, she's lonelier than ever and longs for a loving companion.
When our self-esteem is shattered, what we want is validation. What we want is acceptance. What we want to feel is attractive and feminine.
Human beings require companionship, and when they're hurt, well, that need is magnified. So having someone come into your life when you're in that emotional or physical state is exactly what the doctor ordered.
So while browsing the internet one day, Tiffany decides to check up on Floyd May, an old boyfriend whom she dated just a few weeks her junior year in high school.
Tiffany was on social media, and Floyd must have popped into her mind, and she decided to do a little reconnaissance and found him and messaged him.
She's always had a special spot in her heart for the former flame, even though their courtship back then was unorthodox.
This wasn't your garden variety high school relationship.
He's actually 9 years older than her, and it liked the fact that she was a younger woman, but the relationship was cut short because he was arrested for an armed robbery.
Luckily for her, Floyd has served his time and promptly returns her note. And it doesn't take long for the pair to meet up and rekindle the feelings they shared more than a decade ago.
Tiffany knew Floyd was trouble, but she didn't seem to care.
And what happens next will blow everyone in the Windy City away.
Tiffany meeting up with Floyd was like opening up Pandora's box. she should have kept shut forever.
In Chicago, Illinois, Tiffany Jacobs reconnects with an ex-high school sweetheart, Floyd May. And given her recent diagnosis of a rare brain disorder, having a man in her life has finally made her feel whole again.
When we have self-esteem issues, sometimes all it really does take is a kind word, perhaps a nice gesture from someone of the opposite sex in order to make us feel better.
After meeting up for a few dates, Tiffany learns the now 33-year-old is on parole, living in a halfway house and working any odd jobs that come his way.
They got exclusive pretty quickly, even in the face of this knowledge, and they just rocked and rolled.
Would she like to move into my apartment with me?
In fact, Tiffany doesn't hesitate to ask Floyd to secretly move into her apartment, even though they've only been back together a few days.
Tiffany knew that her mom would disapprove of her not only getting involved with an ex-boyfriend, but getting involved with an ex-boyfriend with a criminal record.
And so they tried to keep things on the down low.
For the next 2 weeks, Tiffany and Floyd carry on their clandestine relationship, and Tiffany immediately regrets her decision.
Floyd became controlling pretty quickly.
Do what I say when I say it.
He wanted to tell Tiffany, and did tell Tiffany where to go, what to do. At all times, he wanted to be in control.
If Tiffany bucks his authority, Floyd doesn't hesitate to flex his muscles on his girlfriend or her family.
He started threatening her and her mother and telling them if they say anything, they'll have hell to pay.
You're unbelievable.
Feeling trapped, Tiffany believes she has no choice but to stay by Floyd's side, even when things take an ugly twist on a Wednesday evening in May.
At about 9:30 p.m., they were hanging out watching TV, and Floyd suggested they go get something to eat.
Tiffany agrees, and the pair sets out in Floyd's car for some burgers. But just a few blocks away from the eatery, Floyd changes tonight's order, saying he wants to do a job instead.
Try to do a job.
I thought you were done with that life.
Despite her misgivings, Tiffany reluctantly concedes.
Please, baby, I need you.
Floyd gives her a guilt trip and says all this nice stuff to her, and of course she knows is he's willing to participate in an armed robbery.
A person in a very dangerous situation normally should run away. But when we look at their self-esteem, that fear of going outside the comfort zone, then they tend to stay in that situation even though it is not a healthy one for them.
Minutes later, they arrive at the restaurant on West Irving Park Road, where Floyd tells his girlfriend to park in the back and keep the car running.
Before he departed, he grabbed a bag and he started to empty the contents. And what was in the bag was a hoodie, some sunglasses, some fake teeth, and a pistol. At that moment, she realized that this was probably his plan from the get-go.
Following his orders, she waits outside while Floyd enters the fast food joint.
I mean, Tiffany had to be scared to basically participate in a robbery, but at the same time, she wanted to stand by her man and do this for him.
Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Floyd approaches the register, keeping an eye on the only other patron, Martha Osborne, a no-nonsense Chicago native talking on her cell phone.
I just ate. A friend of mine had called me prior, and I was going to return the call.
But before the lifelong pals can exchange pleasantries, Martha realizes something is amiss.
Call the cops.
I had stood up to stretch my legs, and I saw a man at the counter with a gun. And I told my friend, call the police.
Hey, you!
Unfortunately, Floyd hears Martha's plea for help and swiftly orders her to the counter.
Let's go!
He points the gun at me and told me to go up front. So I thought I better do what he says since he has a gun.
Floyd had forgot to put his sunglasses on, so as she was walking up, she got a very good look at his face. So at that point, when he realized what was happening, he told her to turn around and then put the pistol at her back.
And there's nobody at the counter.
Come here!
So the manager approached the counter and Floyd held his gun up and pointed at him.
Oh, calm down, sir. Hurry up back there!
The manager swears he doesn't have the key, claiming it's sitting on a desk in the back room. But Floyd isn't in the mood for excuses.
He takes his hand and slams that register so hard that it went rocking. And he put the gun in my back. He said, if you don't give me the money, I'm gonna shoot her.
Meanwhile, outside, Floyd's woman is still on pins and needles.
Tiffany was in the car praying that her man would come back before somebody got hurt.
A person in a dangerous situation certainly should run away, but that need for love and acceptance is certainly a powerful motivator.
It's not your money. Just give it to him.
Hurry up!
As the manager continues to stall, Floyd orders Martha back to her seat, demanding she retrieve her purse.
I went to the booth. I was carrying a tote bag with my wallet in it, brought up my wallet to him.
While Floyd pockets Martha's billfold, the manager retrieves the key and hands over whatever cash is in the drawer.
He collected $400 from the register and left the restaurant without anyone getting hurt.
With loot in hand, Floyd makes a beeline for the car Tiffany has waiting, but not before hitting a roadblock.
When Floyd leaves the restaurant, he bumps into a man, and Martha yells, "Hey, this guy just robbed the restaurant."
Unfortunately, the man can only get a quick peek as the car peels out of the parking lot.
But what he did see is that it was a black Lincoln with a very distinctive bumper sticker that had the number 5 on it.
With that information, Martha called the police.
Meanwhile, inside the getaway car, tensions are running high.
Tiffany is frightened, and Floyd is having her race around street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood.
They're now waiting at stop signs and just driving through the city, trying to get away.
As Tiffany clutches the wheel, Floyd continues to bark directions. It's a side of her man she knows all too well.
I think she's also thinking, this is the reason I broke up with this guy in the first place, and he's back here doing it again. But this time I'm involved.
It's only human nature when you're in a very stressful situation to make the wrong decision, especially if you feel that you have no other choice.
Just run the light. Just run it.
Floyd had her making sporadic turns, left, right, and now they're being trailed by 4 police officers.
The chase goes for miles, stretching from the city's 16th district all the way to the 11th. That's where Floyd orders his girlfriend to pull into a gas station.
Turn left up here. Turn left up here.
And as soon as they pull into a gas station, appears a police car. And so Tiffany panics, at which point the officer fires 2 shots.
And later, in Spokane, Washington, young Jackie Wortham will go to the ends of the earth to emancipate herself from her parents in order to be with her one true love.
Jackie lost it all by hooking up with the wrong man.
But I never dreamt that this could happen.
Following her boyfriend's brazen robbery of a Chicago, Illinois fast food restaurant, Tiffany Jacobs speeds towards an armed officer who's trying desperately to end the dangerous chase.
Tiffany was shot once in the shoulder and once in the chest. She must have been terribly frightened.
Reeling from the barrage, Floyd escapes on foot, leaving his girlfriend high and dry.
She must have been devastated, heartbroken, and just confused. She's shot, she's left holding the bag, and he's gone.
Tiffany musters up the energy to make one last getaway attempt, but due to her injuries, can only make it to the parking lot of another gas station on an adjacent street. There, an armed officer pulls up behind her, and this time, she gets out of the car with her hands up.
They got her down to the ground, tasered her, and then handcuffed her.
Once in custody, Tiffany is charged with first-degree attempted murder, armed robbery with a firearm, aggravated fleeing, and aggravated assault to a government employee.
She was then transported to a local hospital for treatment of gunshot wounds.
The next day, detectives on the hunt for Floyd spot him walking calmly down Fifth Avenue, and he's immediately apprehended. He is charged with 2 counts of armed robbery, aggravated fleeing, and unlawful use of a weapon by a felon.
So Floyd brokered a plea deal for 3 counts of armed robbery, and he was sentenced to 25 years in prison, concurrently with a 15-year sentence.
Following suit, Tiffany pleads guilty to armed robbery and unlawful restraint.
She got a 12-year sentence. It's like kissing away your freedom. And I don't know why she would let him put her in that kind of position.
Behind bars, Tiffany feels great remorse for her reprehensible actions.
She also wrote a letter to the judge stating about her brain disease and about her strokes she's had and how she was physically unable to resist Floyd.
By having this relationship with Floyd, Tiffany threw it all away. She had a life that was just turning around for her, and rekindling with this old connection from the past really ended up burning her.
The way we feel about ourselves can certainly impact the way that we look at life. And if we're in a bad place, if the wrong person comes into our lives during that window, then it will inevitably lead to some sort of disaster, as we've seen in this particular situation.
Tiffany's dreams of finding love crashed and burned when her man stole more than just her heart. Next, Jackie Wortham finds out that following the lead of a bad boy can sever even the strongest family ties. The daughter of common-law Spokane, Washington spouses, once darling Jackie Wortham has hardened into the Queen of Sass, earning her a nickname amongst her loving family.
What do you mean dressed like this?
Jackie was a sweetheart up until she was about 11 or 12, and she started getting this, like who I call Addie, Miss Attitude.
This is the way I dress. Do you have a problem with that?
Jackie was rambunctious. She was lively, outgoing. She was everything. But she was also kind of down. So sometimes you didn't know what you would get from Jackie.
Unfortunately, the girl's volatile behavior only deepens the wedge between her mom and dad, whose relationship is already on the rocks.
And your daughter, what?
Jackie's parents were high school sweethearts. They were together for a long period of time, but they had their arguments.
Where you going?
And Jackie's behavior took a toll on the family.
Seeing her folks at each other's throats sends the tween into an even deeper spiral, which only magnifies when they decide to call it quits.
When children grow up watching their parents fight, they take those memories and then act out some of those same behaviors, resulting in very damaged and dysfunctional relationships of their own.
Following the split, the pair remains civil and decides Jackie should live with her mom. That's when things go from bad to worse.
Things started to go downhill as she got into her teen years because Jackie didn't want to go by the rules that her mom set. She didn't want to do this, she didn't want to do that, she didn't want to have a curfew. She resented her mother.
Jackie ran free while she was living with her mom, so much so that it was a mutual decision that she moved to live with her dad, Danny Wortham.
Fortunately, the plumber loves his daughter more than life itself and is eager for the chance to set her on the straight and narrow.
Dan didn't make a lot of money, but he worked hard and he tried hard to provide for Jackie and himself.
He would take her to movies, he'd take her skating. He liked to do things with her, but she liked to do things alone.
Although Dad wants to give his coming-of-age daughter some freedom, her lack of maturity forces him to keep her on a tight leash.
So Terrence is having a party tonight. You want to go?
Yes, can I go?
Absolutely not.
She wasn't allowed to go off with her friends, and that made her angry too. She wanted to be free, free, free.
Dan wanted to bring structure into Jackie's life, and he was just ready to lay down the law, but also lay the world at her feet.
Little does Dan know his iron fist will push Jackie into another man's arms, setting off a deadly chain of events that no one in her broken family sees coming.
Despite the love that he had for his daughter, the feeling was far from mutual.
This is something happens in the movies, not that something really happens.
We're arguing in front of her.
Following her parents' breakup, defiant Jackie Wortham has been sent to live with her dad in Spokane, Washington.
When parents separated, the rules that they had in common as far as the household now change. And these separated parents each have their own set of boundaries. and in Jackie's case, was something that she used to her advantage.
But even with help from Jackie's grandmother, keeping the wild child at bay is a tall task.
What are you doing?
We'd get her in school, she'd go out the back door.
Put that out now.
We had her in counseling, and she never followed through.
She was the typical classic rebellious teen, smoking, drinking, grade slipping, lashing out.
The behavior destroys her father emotionally, as he wants nothing but the best for his daughter. Unfortunately, each attempt to set her straight falls on deaf ears, and Jackie continues playing by her own rules.
Jackie would stay away from home multiple nights a week, and Dan would not know where she was.
She started hanging around with people that are older than her. Teenagers that sit around smoking pot. They don't go to school, and Jackie was attracted to them. It was fun.
When it comes to teenage hormones, we're talking about explosions, all right? And so when you throw in something like a separation into that mix, well, you certainly are looking at a recipe for disaster.
The teen desperately wants to drop out of school and be emancipated from her father, so she can live life her own way. But Dan is having none of it.
He would file runaway reports when she would not come home.
He went and looked for her throughout the city. He made phone calls. Eventually, he would find her, and he'd bring her home, and the fights would just continue because she did not want to be there.
She said, "You've only got a year and a half. Just finish your education, and when you're 18, you'll be on your own." But I guess that didn't suffice.
Dan is at a loss as to how to handle Jackie's rebellious behavior and turns to friends and family for solace.
He cried on their shoulders. He was very emotional and he lent on them for support about his issues with Jackie.
Unfortunately, no amount of advice can stop Jackie from acting out. And the real trouble begins when another man enters her unsettled world.
Children quite often think that they know everything. They have this sense of invulnerability, but it's really because they really haven't seen the world and what it really is all about: the good, the bad, and the ugly.
While on one of her famous disappearing acts, Jackie crosses paths with Edmund Washington, an 18-year-old who knows the roads of Spokane like the back of his hand.
Edmund was a handsome guy. He had no criminal record, but he was in the streets all the time, and Jackie was attracted to that.
As the two bond, it's clear they have a lot in common other than physical appeal.
Edmund had been a runaway off and on for several years in his life prior to turning 18.
It's the life Jackie's dying to lead, and she quickly latches on.
They were pretty much inseparable. Wherever he was, she wanted to be. So when she ran away, she wasn't just going out doing random things. She was going to be with Edmund.
And what better way to push Dad's buttons than to tell him she's having her booze baby?
She played that ploy a couple of times, but it didn't fly. I'm pregnant, feel sorry for me, because she was always the little drama queen.
Jackie thought that her father would be very upset about her being pregnant.
Though instead of being angry, Dan offers his love and support, as he's done her entire life.
It's your decision, Jackie, dude. I support you.
He says, if you want to keep this baby, we keep this baby, and no one will ever take him away from you. But if you don't want this baby, and you really want an abortion, I will back that too.
Faking a pregnancy is very serious, and what I tend to see, my opinion, is that people who do that, it certainly is a cry for help. It certainly is an overblown bid to get attention.
No. Irate that she's lost the upper hand, Jackie storms out of the house and out of her father's life, threatening to run away with her true love once and for all. Only this time, the road to liberation leads straight to a dead end.
Dan had no idea what he was in for.
He was just a pawn in a queen's chess game.
In Spokane, Washington, 16-year-old Jackie Wortham has found the ultimate way to free herself from her dad's control. She plans to disappear for good with her boyfriend, Edmund Washington, a man she'd do anything to keep.
Desperate people do very desperate things sometimes, and if there's someone there who's cheering them on, then the chances of doing something really wrong increases exponentially.
After just 2 months of dating, the couple decides to pack their belongings. And when a friend lends them a vehicle, they hit the highway.
They have no destination in mind, but They're swindling gas money, whatever they can to make this trip happen.
Although it's not unusual for Jackie to be gone for days on end, this time her father is worried, given the severity of their most recent spat.
And Dan, once again, filed a police report. He doesn't know what to do but to keep looking and to just remain prayerful and hope that she comes back home.
She ran away again and again and again. Well, now it was full-blown. Danny was at his wit's end.
Nearly 2 weeks pass with no sign of his daughter, so he decides to take a drastic measure.
Jackie's dad had filled out a youth at-risk petition. In Washington State, if you have a youth who is out of control and you can't get under control, there are certain things you can ask the court to court order your child to participate in, to include counseling, drug testing, curfews, and so on.
When Dan texts his daughter about the pending legal action, it sparks her to return home. And when she walks through the door later that day, her entire family is waiting with a final, desperate plea.
They had an intervention with Jackie,
We're all here because we love
talking
you.
about how they were affecting their lives and how she was damaging her own life and the issues it was going to present.
We couldn't let her get away with just anything. And that's where Jackie snapped.
I can't believe you are all doing this to me. I'm not doing anything wrong.
The teen is furious that she's being bombarded and refuses help. She orders everyone out while she catches her breath.
She was very angry, so much so that it was a mutual decision that Jackie would stay with the grandma and grandpa overnight and then come back to Dan's house the next day.
And when she wakes up the next morning, it appears her personal storm has blown over.
She was just perfectly amiable, really nice and sweet. And then she called her father, and she says that he's going to come get her at lunchtime. And I said, why? And she said, because I'm going to go back to the house.
Laureen isn't sure leaving Jackie home alone is a good idea, given her penchant for running away. But she's not one to second-guess her son's parenting skills.
I felt that strongly about it. Danny's her father, and I never went against him. He's her daddy. He's a good one. So if he thought she could be trusted, so be it.
On his lunch break, Dan arrives to pick his daughter up and they drive home, exchanging only a few apathetic words.
The plan was for her to be brought to Dan's house, and then he would come home from work, and he and Jackie could talk some more.
After getting her settled in, Dan heads back to the job, confident they'll work it out. He has no idea that Jackie won't be alone when he returns, and she's hatching a plan to emancipate herself once and for all.
I thought that she was just running away again. I never dreamed that this could happen.
While Dan finishes his hours on call, Jackie sits on the couch, plotting her final exit strategy.
I think Jackie knew that her father was never going to stop his crusade of trying to save his baby girl. And she probably felt that the only way that she could live her life the way that she wanted was for her dad not to be in the picture anymore.
It's around 3 o'clock when Jackie phones her boyfriend and tells him to come to the house. As the two talk, Edmund agrees that Dan is the only thing standing in the way of their happiness and something drastic has to be done.
I think he was her cheerleader in the worst way. He got out from behind his parents, and he wanted the same for Jackie. And I think that he encouraged her to live the life that she wanted to live by any means necessary.
They finalized their plans where Edmund would hide when Dan returned home and what Jackie would be doing to distract him so his back would be to where Edmund came out of hiding to attack him.
When it comes to love, our sense of right or wrong can become blurred or jaded, and it becomes especially dangerous when we have anger issues.
To prepare for the ambush, evidence shows the pair rummages through the house and finds several items with which to arm themselves.
They find a sword, Jackie's knife that Dan gave her for protection. They got a baseball bat, tools to really get at someone.
4 hours later, Dan pulls into the driveway with a peace offering, hoping it will butter up his daughter.
He was going to pick up a pizza for him and Jackie and bring it home to his little girl.
You in here?
Hi, Daddy.
According to police, that's when Edmund pops out from the hallway and their plan is put into motion.
Edmund.
It ends tonight.
Fuming, Dan gives Edmund a shove. That's when he reveals the knife he'd been hiding and lunges at the dutiful dad.
Edmund slashes Dan twice in the face, and stabs him in the neck.
Dan immediately went down, and Edmund stabbed him multiple times in the legs and pelvis area with that knife, disabling his legs.
My legs! Stop, please!
Just then, out of the corner of his wounded eye, Dan notices his daughter enter the fray and raise a baseball bat over her head. Is she going to save him from Edmund's vicious assault, or put the nail in his coffin?
At that point, Dan could only pray that good would triumph over evil.
Jackie! Help me!
Dan Wortham fights for his life after being viciously ambushed by his daughter and her boyfriend in his Spokane, Washington home. His only hope is that Jackie will step in to save him.
As Edmund and Dan struggled, Jackie came at them with the bat. She hits her dad on his back. Edmund then jumps in with the sword and he starts slashing him.
In my opinion, Jackie liked seeing her dad suffer. It was like retribution, or I'm enjoying this now.
In my opinion, when it comes to attacking your own father, the person who gave you life, it takes a certain kind of detachment and it may be some sort of a personality disorder to do something so monstrous.
Within minutes, Dan's body goes limp, and the couple moves on to phase 2 of their plan.
Jackie and Edmund disturb the house, throw things around, make it look like there was burglary or a giant fight inside the house.
After staging the scene, they add the ultimate insult to injury.
They kill her father. He's laying there, and they go enjoy the pizza that he brought in as he lay dead on the floor.
When they finish, Edmund turns to Jackie and tells her they need to get out of the house.
Jackie and Edmund pack a suitcase with a bunch of Jackie's belongings. They take Dan's car keys and leave.
The pair quickly exits through the backyard and heads toward a vacant house where local outcasts have been known to hang out.
It's right above Spokane, and it was a known drug house.
2 days later, on Easter Sunday, Dan's mom and stepfather are worried sick.
I was terrified. I kept telling my husband, there's something wrong. There's something wrong.
Dan's parents were looking to hear some type of update from his talk with Jackie that went on that Friday night.
I was very, very upset. That's not like my son. We're very tight. When I call him, he answers.
Fearing the worst, they decide to make the 10-mile trek over to his place.
They noticed that his 2 vehicles were outside of the home. So they went, knocked on the door, but no one was answering.
It was pure panic. And that's when I called the police.
Within minutes, responders from the Spokane Police Department arrive on the scene. They too receive no answer when they bang on the door.
Mr. Wortham, police.
Patrol officers found the house locked up and secured. They forced entry to the house and were searching the house when they found blood.
And as they slowly make their way through the home, they find the source.
They saw blood splatter on the wall, lots of blood that collected on Dan, his lower part of his body. The scene was not pretty.
My impression was that the overkill on Dan made me very concerned that Jackie was involved in what happened.
I just broke. I snapped. And I went into more pain than I've ever felt in my life. I felt as if I was dying too.
In a desperate pursuit for answers, police fan out and question neighbors in the surrounding area. That's when they get their first lead.
A friend gave them a tip that she could possibly be in the vacant home that's in the area and they should try to look there.
They went there, and there she was, sitting there with Edmund in a bed, leaning up against the wall, Indian style, shoes on, everything.
And I looked down and I could see blood on Jackie's shoes and on Edmund's shoes. At that point, Jackie started whispering to me that she wanted to talk to me and tell me what happened. And so we transported them to the detective's office where we could interview them.
Back at the station, the pair is questioned separately, and Jackie is more than willing to talk.
Jackie changed her story multiple times.
I'm pregnant.
At one point, Jackie told us that she was pregnant with Edmund's child and that her dad was going to force her to get an abortion. And she did not want to do that, and she wanted Edmund's help to save her child's life.
But when they present her with the mountain of evidence recovered from the crime scene, the teen quickly caves.
She showed no remorse, and she just confessed to her and Edmund cooking a plan to kill Dan.
Remorse is where you have some sort of guilt or you feel badly or sorry for something that you've done which was shameful. But the interesting thing is that if you don't believe what you did was wrong, then it's almost impossible to feel that remorse.
For their crimes, 18-year-old Edmund is charged with first-degree murder. And despite being only 16, Jackie is charged as an adult with the same.
Jackie and Edmund put a lot of thought into how they were going to kill Dan, laying out their weapons and distracting him. But they did put hardly any thought, if any, into how they were not going to get caught for it.
I mean, I've forgiven everybody all my life for everything they've ever done to me. I say, yeah, no problem. Not this one. And I don't forgive her.
After 2 years of legal holdups, Jackie eventually pleads guilty to the charge and is sentenced to 22 years in prison. Her boyfriend promptly follows suit and is given the same sentence.
Toward the end, Edmund began to grasp the reality of what had happened and what was going to happen. I think he was more concerned about what he had done to his life than what happened to Dan.
Jackie has apologized for her heinous actions, though some continue to question her genuineness.
She's shed a few tears, but people are skeptical of whether the tears are real or if they're just for show.
Devastated my entire family. It was like tsunami, just slow. We have fought to come back, all of us. But there's an emptiness that's inside me that I can almost not bear.
Jackie lost her life and her future when she killed her father and brought Edmund into her life. She lost a loving dad, and she's gonna sit in prison until she's almost 40.
When you fall in love, there's an unspoken pact. I am there for you. You are there for me. No matter what. Even when life stretches you thin, your love covers the gaps. But what do you do when the person you love asks you to risk everything? What happens when you follow their lead? You cover their tracks, only to lose it all in the end. November 9th, 2015. It's a warm fall night in Macon, Georgia, a quintessential town in the middle of the state.
People like to think Atlanta is the heart of Georgia, but Macon gives you the traditional feel of Georgia. It's small, it's quaint, it's the peach of Georgia.
These are very good-hearted people who live in this town. Everyone knows everyone.
But just before midnight, the sound of police sirens shatters the tranquility of this small town.
A man called in from a local pizzeria. He had been shot in the stomach, and he couldn't stop the bleeding.
When first responders arrive at the pizzeria, they find the victim fighting for his life.
He's barely conscious, lying in a pool of blood, in and out.
He was in really bad condition. His clothing was soaked in blood.
They don't know if he's gonna make it or not.
With an armed suspect on the loose, police are on edge. But finding the gunman is only half the story. Police will soon uncover a vow of devotion that led one woman to take extreme measures.
They didn't know how deep this story would go. She was willing to put everything on the line for the love of her man.
Born and raised in Macon, 23-year-old single mom Jasmine Holt was no stranger to hard work.
Jasmine Holt was young, fun-loving, feisty, hardworking.
She was. Very bubbly personality. Everyone loved her. Very friendly. People just loved to be around her.
She knew what she wanted out of life,
and did what she needed to do to get it.
Jasmine hustled hard, balancing 3 jobs to support her 2 young daughters.
Being a young working mother, oftentimes it's difficult to make all the ends meet. You have rent, you have utilities, you have childcare, you have food.
Jasmine took care of her family. She made sure that her kids had everything that they needed.
Jasmine's friendly demeanor made delivering pizzas one of her favorite jobs. And it was during a delivery shift that she'd reconnect with someone who would change the course of her entire future.
Jasmine was delivering pizza when she came upon one of her old high school flames, Worrell Tyson.
She is taken aback because she hadn't seen him in years. There's this big flame that happens between them.
Back in high school, they called Worrell Rel. He was very charming, very personable.
Worrell was just as surprised and equally as happy to see her, and it brought back memories. They instantly reconnected.
He turned on that Southern charm and that charisma that he was known for and moved quickly to asking her out on a date.
From then on, the relationship between Jasmine and Worrell was on the fast track.
So they go out on this date that same weekend, and there's just really this kind of powerful chemistry between the two of them. The conversation's good, they're vibing, there's a lot of laughter, there's a lot of flirting.
They had an awesome time. Talked for hours about this and that, catching up on things they missed out throughout the years.
He listened, she listened. They were able to connect with each other on a deeper level. She was giddy, she was smiling from ear to ear. She was like a schoolgirl with a crush.
The attraction wasn't just emotional. Jasmine and Worrell quickly remembered the heat of their high school relationship.
It was like they never missed a beat. They're gonna pick back up, but they never broke up.
They can't get enough of each other. People fall in love like the wind, you know, and I think that they had that type of love. I think they had that type of connection and commitment to one another.
It wasn't long before the couple decided to officially commit themselves to one another for life.
Worrell and Jasmine were only dating for a couple months. And within those couple of months, they decided that they wanted to be married.
I think we've all been there where we've experienced that type of strong connection with another person. We just want to give our all to that person.
There's no shortage of love in their relationship. They want the white picket fence. They want the, beautiful home life. It's kind of like a storybook romance.
But little did Jasmine and Worrell know, one bad decision would lead to bloodshed and destroy everything they'd built together.
It's really remarkable how something that started off with so much promise and hope ended up taking such a dark turn.
November 2015. Police are trying to get to the bottom of what went down during a shooting at a local pizzeria.
It was a horrific scene to see. A man laying in a pool of blood, holding on for his life.
The man was clearly in a lot of pain. He was in and out of consciousness. But before he passed out, he was able to identify himself as 27-year-old Titus Rogers, the manager of the pizzeria.
As EMTs prepared to transport Titus to the hospital, investigators are trying to figure out why he was shot and where the gunman is now.
The police immediately fan out the area because they know they have an active shooter on the loose.
They have to find the shooter before someone else gets hurt.
With Titus en route to the hospital, detectives begin combing the scene for clues.
They're looking for things like fingerprints. They're looking for things like ballistics, bullets, shell casings.
They found a bullet lodged in the wall, which means this must have gone straight through the victim. It came from a .22 caliber gun.
But that's not all. Detectives make an observation that could be the key to breaking this case wide open.
The detectives noticed that there are security cameras on the wall.
The cameras may have vital footage that could help them potentially identify the shooter.
"23-year-old Jasmine Holt was happier than she ever thought possible. After reconnecting with her high school sweetheart, Worrell Tyson.
You can definitely tell the chemistry was there, physically and emotionally.
After just a couple months of dating again, the couple decided to make things official and got married in an intimate backyard ceremony.
Jasmine was madly in love with her husband. I mean, she was just over the moon, starry-eyed in love with this guy.
Jasmine is caught up in a whirlwind of love.
But that whirlwind would soon send Jasmine's life spinning and cause her to risk it all.
She would do anything to show her love for him, even if that means breaking the law.
November 9th, 2015. Police are on the hunt for an armed robber that left 27-year-old Titus Rogers in critical condition during a shift at the pizza shop he managed.
The police got a serious job on their hands. There's still a shooter at large.
As Titus fights for his life at the hospital, police are combing the crime scene for evidence that could lead them to a suspect.
The crime scene investigators recovered a .22 caliber projectile or bullet from the wall of the pizza shop.
Recovering the bullet is a win for investigators, but they also notice another potential lead: security cameras mounted throughout the store.
They are hoping that the footage will give them details to what happened during this crime.
Those surveillance cameras will have some video evidence that can show them who the shooter was in this case.
However, they won't be able to get their hands on the footage just yet.
Unfortunately, they can't access these videos until the manager gives them access.
He's the only one that has access to the cameras, and he is currently in the hospital.
Detectives head to the hospital, hoping doctors have been able to save Titus's life. And they're in luck.
Once they get there, they're relieved to know that he is actually in stable condition, and that means that he will be able to speak to them.
Upon making contact with Titus, detectives ask if he can help them access the surveillance footage from the restaurant.
They let him know that security cameras at the store could help with discovering who the shooter was.
Unfortunately, though, Titus has some bad news.
Titus informs the officers that the cameras had just been turned off.
The cameras were off because the pizzeria was going through renovations and they hadn't had the opportunity to turn them on yet.
It's a blow to detectives, but they're still hoping Titus can remember some details that will help them solve this case.
Sometimes you just need to hope that this victim has some kind of information or saw something that connects any physical evidence.
Titus says his memory of the incident is a bit fuzzy, but he remembers it all started right around the time he was closing up the store.
He says around 11, he was closing the store up. His last employee was actually leaving.
The employee was 23-year-old Jasmine Holt.
She did her normal goodbyes, told everybody have a good night.
Titus tells police about 30 minutes later, when he was alone in the pizzeria, a man burst through the door.
According to Titus, the shooter was a black male. He was wearing a gray hoodie, hooded sweatshirt, some blue jeans, and these black shoes that were really kind of pointed at the toe.
The man pulled out a gun and demanded that he give him all of the money that was in the restaurant.
Of course, he's scared and nervous, so he's fumbling, trying to get the safe open.
He didn't know what to do. Just wanted to get through this alive.
Typically in these moments, 3 things happen. You fight, flight, or you freeze.
When Titus noticed the gunman looking distracted, he decided to fight.
Titus saw that this was his chance. He lunged at the gunman. Startled, the gunman jumped back and pulled the trigger.
Titus felt a lot of pain in his stomach, excruciating pain. He falls to the floor.
At that point, the gunman seemed to panic.
Titus, he looks up and the gunman is running out the door without getting any money.
Titus was losing blood quickly, and he knew he needed to get help.
And Titus calling 911 with everything that he had left.
It's an incredible story of survival, one that makes detectives even more determined to catch the shooter. They ask Titus if he recognized the assailant in any way. And that's when Titus drops the bombshell.
He tells the officers that the shooter looks like this guy named Rel. He's the husband of the delivery driver, Jasmine.
He's known Rel and Jasmine for years. He said they were good people, and maybe he was just mistaken and that it possibly wasn't Rel. It just looked like him.
He doesn't think that they would be involved, but at the same time, he can't deny the resemblance.
When experiencing a traumatic event like a robbery, it can be very difficult to account for the details. Your memory may evade you, and the details aren't as clear.
Regardless, detectives consider this lead to be their first big break in the case.
At this point, they're kind of beginning to put the dots together. Who is Jasmine Holt and who is Rel? They're wondering now if the two of them may have been involved in this plot.
Detectives are certain this is no coincidence, and they'll soon learn they're on the right track.
Detectives are about to unearth a twisted tale of passion and devotion.
Sometimes our passion can blind us. Sometimes our love can blind us.
Jasmine, being a single mom, was trying to find that even balance. Being a balance with being a mom, having a social life, work life, by also trying to find a companion that can kind of compensate some of those areas where she's feeling that void. Once they got married, Jasmine had opportunities to finally be loved. She feels like she is dedicated and loyal to her husband, and therefore she wanted to do anything possible to keep that love, not knowing she could lose everything.
November 2015, Macon, Georgia. Police are on the hunt for a gunman who attempted to rob a local pizza shop and nearly killed the manager when things went wrong.
This is a small town. News gets around quickly, and things like this don't happen every day. It caused a lot of confusion, a lot of worry. People want to know who did this.
When detectives speak with the victim, Titus Rogers, he says the assailant resembled the husband of one of his employees, Jasmine Holt, and Jasmine was the last person to leave the shop before the gunman entered.
It's really suspicious. So they need to get back to the office to do some digging on Jasmine and her husband.
As the morning hours stretch on, detectives run background checks on Jasmine and her husband, Worrell. It's soon clear that this isn't Worrell's first run-in with the law.
He is no stranger to the law. He has previous convictions, gang affiliations.
Jasmine's record, however, is quite the opposite.
They find that she has absolutely no criminal history. She is as clean as they come.
She's never been arrested, never been in trouble.
From the looks of Jasmine's social media page, She even seems distraught by the news of the attack on her manager.
She's asking people, her friends, her followers, to pray for Titus because he's been shot in this armed robbery.
She seems to show and express real genuine concern for what happened to him.
Regardless, investigators take Jasmine's posts with a grain of salt.
Investigators are also pondering whether or not Jasmine Holt is as innocent as her social media posts implicates.
Detectives obtain an address for the couple and head over to the residence. When they approach the home, they recognize Jasmine sitting on the front porch.
When the police detectives arrive, Jasmine is taken aback.
Police ask, can they see and speak with her husband, Worrell?
Jasmine seems confused as to why police would be asking for her husband, but calmly complies.
She says that he's inside and she'll go in and get him.
Moments later, Worrell appears.
Worrell was very nonchalant as he came out the door. He was kind of relaxed, not sure why the police were there.
Detectives tell the couple that they need to come down to the station with them to answer some questions about the robbery at Jasmine's workplace.
They seemed to be very casual. They agreed. They said the kids were in school and they had time, so sure, why not?
Back at the station, detectives decide to start with Jasmine.
They see her as an easy crack, since she has no criminal background.
Detectives cut right to the chase and tell Jasmine that Worrell is their #1 suspect in the shooting of Titus.
Jasmine is in shock and tells them there is no way he could have done it.
Jasmine's like, not my man, not real. She is definitely in defense mode.
Jasmine says that Worrell worked at the nearby gas station and had the closing shift that night, so it would have been impossible for him to commit the crime at the pizzeria.
She says he worked that evening and didn't come home until around 2 a.m. that following morning from work, that he couldn't have been there.
It's a strong alibi, but detectives aren't taking it as fact just yet. They ask Jasmine what her husband wore to work that night.
The victim described the robber as having on a gray hoodie with blue jeans and black shoes with points at the tip.
But Jasmine's description of Worrell's wardrobe is entirely different.
Jasmine says that he had on a bright blue shirt with jeans and blue and orange shoes.
At this point, detectives feel like they had run into a brick wall. They had got nowhere with Jasmine, so they decided to go ahead on and talk to Rail.
Investigators are eager to see if Worrell's statement lines up with Jasmine's. Was he really at work that fateful night?
Police are really starting to get concerned that they have the wrong guy. They need to verify Worrell's alibi.
November 10th, 2015, Macon, Georgia. It's just one day after a botched robbery at a local pizza shop that nearly killed the manager, Titus Rogers. Police think they have the man responsible in their crosshairs, and that he's married to one of the pizzeria employees, Jasmine Holt. But Jasmine insists her husband, Worrell Tyson, is innocent.
She continues to deny it, to brush them off, and she repeatedly told them that her husband could not be the gunman because he was at work all night.
Jasmine stated Worrell would never shoot Titus because that was their friend.
Getting nowhere with Jasmine, detectives decide to move on to Worrell. But he's even more uncooperative than his wife.
The police explain to Worrell that he's been identified as the robber by Titus, the manager at the pizzeria. Worrell laughs and says that that's impossible.
Worrell makes the same claim as Jasmine. He says that while the robbery was taking place around 11:30 p.m., he was busy working at his gas station job.
Worrell told them that he was at work all night He clocked in around 4 o'clock p.m., and he walked home around 1:25 a.m. No matter how hard police detectives push Worrell, he is adamant that he had nothing to do with the robbery that evening.
If Jasmine and Worrell are telling the truth, and Worrell really was at work that night, perhaps Titus was mistaken when he said the gunman resembled Worrell.
He said the guy kind of looked like Rel, but he wasn't sure.
It was dark. His face was partially covered. He couldn't really see who he was.
However, before detectives can release Worrell and Jasmine from custody, they need to confirm Worrell's alibi with his supervisor at the gas station.
So detectives go to the gas station that Worrell works at. They talk to his boss.
Worrell's boss confirms that Worrell is a good worker. He's a good person. He's never given him any trouble or problems.
And yes, he was actually working here on November 9th, the night that the robbery of the pizzeria happened.
Could Worrell really be innocent?
The detectives are incredibly frustrated. They feel like they're out of luck and that they're starting back at square one all over again.
But before detectives leave the gas station, they decide to throw one last Hail Mary.
They ask the boss if they can check their surveillance cameras to just verify that Worrell was in fact working that evening.
Sure enough, they see Worrell depicted in the video.
But what Worrell is wearing in the footage sets off alarm bells for detectives.
He is wearing a white t-shirt, and he's wearing jeans, and he's also wearing a pair of black pointed shoes.
This is a key piece of information because it's almost exactly the description that was provided by Titus.
And it's quite the opposite of the description provided by Jasmine when asked what her husband had been wearing that night.
The detectives remembered that Jasmine actually said that Worrell had on a bright blue shirt, jeans, and orange and blue shoes. It's a huge discrepancy.
But that's not all the surveillance reveals.
Worrell is observed leaving the store at 10:35 p.m. and he doesn't return until what appears to be around 12:17 a.m.
This would have given Worrell ample time to commit the crime at the pizzeria at 11:30 p.m. and turn around and make it back to the store by 12:17 a.m. if someone had given him a ride.
Detectives suspect that someone could have been Jasmine.
Detectives are now feeling more confident that they can make a case against Jasmine and Worrell.
To secure a conviction, they really need this last critical piece of evidence connecting him to this armed robbery. They need to find this gun.
With a search warrant in hand, investigators head back to Jasmine and Worrell's residence.
Police are searching the house high and low. They're checking every crevice, every corner of this house.
It isn't long before they hit pay dirt.
During the search, detectives quickly recover the gray hoodie that Worrell's seen wearing in the surveillance video and the black pointy shoes.
And then they find the gun, the .22 caliber that matches the bullet that was used at the scene of the crime.
That was an incredible find for the detectives. That was literally the smoking gun.
Armed with this new evidence, detectives decide to take another crack at the couple to see if they'll confess.
They have a lot more facts, more pieces to the puzzle, and it's a game of chess now.
It's soon clear that this time, their suspects' loyalty to each other has wavered.
Here you see trust, betrayal, a lot of miscommunication in regards to how they felt that things should have played out.
She went the distance for her man, and Worrell pretty much threw her under the bus.
November 2015. Macon detectives are piecing together the plot behind a violent armed robbery that took place at a local pizza shop and almost left the manager, Titus Rogers, dead.
His life was hanging on a thread, but the doctors were able to save Titus's life.
Police believe that Titus's employee, 23-year-old Jasmine Holt, and her husband, Worrell Tyson, are responsible for the crime.
You have the .22 caliber gun that's found in their house. You have the gray hoodie with the black pointed shoes that Titus described seeing the shooter wear. You have Worrell, who has that window of opportunity where you see him leaving his place of employment during the time of the armed robbery.
Armed with this new mountain of evidence, detectives decide to interview the couple a second time, in hopes of getting a confession. This time, they start with Worrell.
Police present to him this new evidence that they have. They say that they know that he's done it.
Worrell's stoic demeanor begins to fade.
Worrell knows that he's caught. He knows that there's no way out of this except to tell the truth, and to accept whatever consequences come with that.
Worrell admits he's the one that shot Titus.
Worrell confessed that he went into the store and held Titus at gunpoint. That's when Titus lunged towards him, he got scared, and that's when he pulled the trigger.
Worrell wastes no time implicating his wife, Jasmine, in the crime as well.
He admits that she was the getaway driver.
She was in on the entire plan. When Jasmine got off of work, she picked him up, dropped him off at the pizzeria, went down the street.
After shooting Titus, Worrell knew they had to get out of there quickly.
He ran out of the store where Jasmine was waiting for him, and she drove him back to work at the gas station.
It's the confession they've been waiting for. But police want to hear it from Jasmine as well. They decide to let Worrell talk to her, with the cameras rolling.
They observe the two together to see if they can get any more information.
Jasmine at this point has no idea that Worrell has confessed to the officers and implicated her. I don't think that there's any doubt in Jasmine's mind at this point that they're gonna get away with what happened to Titus.
Jasmine tells Worrell that she's denied everything, that she loves him, and that she'll do anything to keep them together.
That's when Jasmine's husband drops a bombshell on her.
Worrell tells her that he told the detectives everything, that he committed a robbery and she was involved too.
Jasmine is visibly shocked.
It's like the rug has been pulled right from up under her. This entire time, she went the distance for her man, and Worrell pretty much threw her under the bus.
She can't believe after everything she's done for her man that he has put her in this position right now.
She lied for Worrell. She stood strong with their story. For him to turn around and spill all the beans. She felt betrayed. She felt hurt.
After her conversation with Worrell, a heartbroken Jasmine agrees to give her own confession to detectives.
She has no choice but to, at this point, tell everything that has happened because Worrell has already, in essence, confessed and implicated her.
She tells police that none of this was her idea. She's hardworking, she's a mother, and she never wanted to be involved in a crime like this.
Here we have someone that kind of just got themselves caught up in like this web, and it got out of control, and it just really went somewhere she, I think, had not planned for it to go.
Jasmine tells detectives the robbery plot was hatched out of desperation.
She explained to them that they have just had a hard time making ends meet, frankly. They were just in so much debt.
Regardless, Jasmine never expected her husband to suggest a robbery as an answer to their problems.
When Worrell first came up with this idea of, doing a robbery, Jasmine was not with it. But he was persistent. He really was trying to sell her on this idea that this was their ticket to some fast cash to help their family.
It would be a one-time only thing. They would never have to do this again. And they would just have so much less stress on them about finances.
She loved him. She loved their family. He meant everything to her, and she didn't want to disappoint him.
He sold her on it, and she really wanted to just please him and support him in his effort to support their family.
Jasmine says they considered where to rob, and Worrell pushed for the pizzeria because it felt like less risk.
Worrell continued to pressure Jasmine, saying that let's just do the place that you work at. You know the ins and outs of the store. Why not?
She knew the store had recently undergone remodeling, and she knew the new security cameras had not been set up yet.
On the night of November 9th, Worrell and Jasmine put their plan into motion.
She tells them that after she got off at 11 p.m., she goes straight to pick up Worrell.
Little did Jasmine know that what she thought would be a simple robbery would turn into bloodshed.
She asked him what happened, and he tells her to just shut up and drive.
In the case of Worrell, it seems that he was concerned mainly with himself. It almost appears that his confession was in hopes that he would get a more lenient sentence. He was so willing to throw Jasmine under the bus, whereas Jasmine was completely devoted. She was willing to lie and to risk it all for him, and he wasn't willing to do the same.
November 2015, Macon, Georgia. Detectives are sitting down for a second interview with 23-year-old Jasmine Holt, who is accused of helping her husband carry out a violent armed robbery at her place of work. Jasmine's husband, Worrell Tyson, has already come clean and admitted to the couple's involvement. Now, Jasmine is telling detectives her side of the story.
Jasmine is extremely upset right now. She cannot believe after all these years, Worrell put her in this position not to protect her, not to have her back, but to betray her.
Jasmine claims the robbery was all Worrell's idea. He promised her it would be an easy fix for their money woes.
That was really strapped for cash. They was drowning in debt.
Jasmine agreed to go along with this plan. She says that this was only supposed to be a robbery, that they never intended for anyone to get hurt.
Jasmine tells detectives that when she picked Worrell up from the gas station before the robbery, she started to have second thoughts.
When he gets in the car with the gun, that's when she gets nervous.
Worrell tells Jasmine not to worry about the gun. This was something just to scare the manager so that he can give up the cash quickly.
Against her better judgment, Jasmine agreed to follow through with the plan.
She trusted her man, so she drove him to the pizzeria.
She parked around the block from the shop and waited.
Jasmine is sitting in the car with her mind racing. She's wondering what's going on inside. She's put a lot on the line. After all, this is her place of employment.
Suddenly, Jasmine heard a gunshot. Seconds later, she saw Worrell running out empty-handed.
Jasmine asked, what happened?
Worrell admitted to her that he had panicked and shot Titus.
Jasmine is feeling really responsible, not knowing whether Titus is gonna live or whether he's gonna die.
Jasmine tells detectives she wanted to go back and make sure Titus was okay. But Worrell insisted there was no time.
He just says, shut up, just keep driving.
Jasmine admits she followed Worrell's orders and dropped him back off at work to help him create an alibi.
But I think that she didn't think that things would turn out the way that they did. They were a family. They wouldn't turn on each other. They would cover for each other if anything went wrong.
Jasmine is really emotional. This whole plan that they came up with is really just crashing down around her.
Police charged Jasmine Holt with criminal attempt to commit armed robbery. Worrell Tyson receives the same charge, in addition to aggravated assault.
Prosecutors at this point are extremely confident about their case against Jasmine and Worrell. They've got confessions from both Jasmine and Worrell. They've got the victim's statement, and they've got the evidence to the crime.
On October 5th, 2016, both Worrell and Jasmine take guilty pleas for their roles in the armed robbery. At their sentencing hearing, the judge doesn't go easy on the young couple.
Both of them were sentenced to 20 years. Armed robberies are taken very seriously in the state.
Even though Jasmine didn't pull the trigger, she'll still have to suffer the same punishment as her husband.
In the eyes of the law, when you are a criminal co-conspirator, whether you are the getaway driver or the gunman, you are treated the same.
While Jasmine is devastated to find herself behind bars, she's even more devastated to lose precious time with her two young girls.
Jasmine's children are now being raised by her sister. She has lost being able to see her children grow, and she has lost her freedom.
I think what is most disturbing about this case is that Jasmine was a young girl with a bright future ahead of her. She had two little girls who needed her, and she just let this relationship, this love that she felt for this man, really just take her completely off her life's track.
In essence, all of this was for nothing. They didn't even get the money that they needed for their family at the time of the robbery. And she sacrificed so much to be in this position.
When you sign up for a life with someone, you expect trust and loyalty, especially when you agree to take a risk for them that could cost you everything. But if loyalty is lost and betrayal creeps in, the scars it creates can run deep enough to destroy your life from the inside out.
A quiet Atlanta neighborhood faces a horrific crime.
I found a dead body in a trash can.
This looked like a ritualistic killing.
A detective with a passion to solve the case.
I know that it was similar to my aunt's case. It's bringing back some horrible memories.
A dark motive.
And she knocked on his door and he won't let her in.
Comes to light.
Did you witness anything?
He said that she had got into a U-Haul.
But nothing.
Why you got blood in your house?
Is as it seems.
Hey, DD, we have a warrant.
He came out and told me that she had got in a van with 2 girls.
Until the case reaches a shocking conclusion.
Man, did you realize I almost hung myself?
Are you kidding me right now? This is crazy. We spent our careers solving Atlanta's most puzzling homicides.
But there are other investigators just like us.
With the passion and skills needed to solve the most unbelievably challenging murders.
These are their cases.
We're on Boulevard in the old Fourth Ward section of Atlanta. Driving through this neighborhood feels so nostalgic.
I was an old Fourth Warder. I used to live right around the corner from here at one point.
When we worked this beat, we had really hard-working people over here just trying to pay their rent. You got junkies living in the neighborhood. You got other people living in lavish million-dollar homes, all mixed up living down here together.
This place brings back so many memories.
In fact, back in 2015, when we were winding down our careers, there was a wild case that started at this very spot.
Atlanta 911, what is the address of your emergency?
The corner of Highland and Howell Street. I found a dead body in a trash can.
How old does the person appear to be?
I can't tell. I mean, the only thing showing is the feet.
Officers quickly secure the crime scene, and rookie homicide detective Calvin Thomas is assigned lead on the case.
I had been in homicide 9 months at the time that this call came up. I'm still trying to figure things out. I'm still trying to find my footing on how to work a homicide at this particular point. I noticed that there's this big grassy field. Everyone is up underneath this brush of trees that are up there. Everyone is trying to figure out what's going on.
We worked with Calvin back then and took him under our wings.
Calvin Thomas was eager, but he was so humble. And he was like a sponge. And I was really taken aback by his humility and his presence of just trying to understand how this whole homicide things work.
But this was a real murder investigation where the training wheels were coming off, and Calvin was essentially going to have to bring this thing on his own.
The information that I received on this case is that they responded to a call of a person found possibly deceased in a Herbie Kirby. A Herbie Kirby is a trash can. It's what we call in Atlanta. You can see that the person is head first, wrapped up in a blue moving blanket, where they are actually tied with 12-gauge wire. You can't tell whether it's a male or female at that particular time. All you see is their actual shoes.
Let's take a closer look.
The victim is pulled out and laid down, trying to determine how did this person end up the way they ended up.
The victim's a woman.
She had abrasions on her face. She had taken a serious beating. I mean, it's an awful thing to think about what this sister went through, and she probably knew she was gonna die.
My mind is kind of really all over the place because it's bringing back some horrible memories at the time. My aunt was murdered in October of 2003. She was located next to an actual dumpster.
Her name was Cassandra Bryant. She was beaten to death. Her body was discarded like a piece of trash. And Quinn and I worked that case like no other case. We made her death matter. And we put that person in prison for killing his aunt.
The top guys in homicide worked my aunt's murder. So it meant a lot to me at that time.
This poor victim is found discarded like a piece of trash. And now Calvin Thomas is the lead detective in a case eerily similar to his own aunt's case.
It was hard at that particular time, but I knew I needed to stay focused, stay professional, and do the job that I needed to do. So our victim at this time does not have an ID, so we didn't know a name or anything associated with the victim.
She's a Jane Doe for now.
As Calvin works the scene, I decide to pay him a visit. I heard the call come up on the radio as I'm heading home that day. I said, I want to go by and watch my guy in action.
Knowing that this victim was wrapped in a blanket, put into a trash container, we know right away there's a personal connection between this victim and her killer.
She knew her killer.
The killer's got to get rid of this evidence. They have to push this body to a space that's far away from where they are, because there can be no connection between the killer and the victim. And that's exactly what happened.
I'm thinking about who was her boyfriend, who was the last person she was with. That's kind of what I'm thinking, possibly a domestic violence type of incident.
Killers are local.
So what's next?
Outside in.
I learned this from Quinn. You work the scene from the outside in, and that means so whatever the crime scene tape is, what's going on the outside of that tape. You know, concerned neighbors, just to see whether or not they saw anything.
We immediately meet a guy who claims to be looking for his girlfriend. His name is Isaiah Rhymes. He'd been missing his girlfriend for over 24 hours, and he wanted to make sure that wasn't her that was inside the trash can.
What's your girlfriend's name?
Tina.
He identifies her as Tina Bass. He says everyone calls her Tiny, though. He said this corridor is where she hangs out.
I last saw her about 2 days ago.
He said it's totally uncommon for her not to have reached out to her sister or to himself in 24 hours.
Describe her.
She's kind of short.
The information that he gives for Tina, as far as her height, her weight, or what she was last seen wearing, it could definitely be our victim.
Is that her up there?
Isaiah definitely is nervous about it.
Is this her?
Calvin shows him a picture of the victim's face.
Oh, no. Lord, no.
He breaks down. He makes the identification, tears coming down his face. Calvin wonders if Isaiah's tears are real, or is this just an act to make himself appear innocent?
In our past experience, cases where especially a woman has been killed, the boyfriend has done it.
I have questions for you.
I'm really looking at Isaiah really hard at this particular time as a suspect.
This case is about to take Detective Thomas on a wild ride.
There's a wire around her neck.
Detective Calvin Thomas is investigating the murder of Tina Bass.
Killers are local.
Her body was found stuffed inside of a trash can.
I last saw her about 2 days ago.
Calvin's on it. He interviews Tina's boyfriend to get to the bottom of this thing.
He's distraught and crying, but maybe it's all an act.
I have questions for you.
Right now, I'm looking at Isaiah as a potential suspect. How she was beaten, I relate a lot of that to domestic violence.
Y'all think I did this?
Did you kill her?
No.
I can see Isaiah is starting to get a little hot under the collar because of the line of questioning that Calvin Thomas is presenting to him.
I'm sure that you wouldn't mind providing a DNA sample.
Our experience, most of the time, killers don't readily give up their DNA. There's a hesitation.
Sure.
Isaiah immediately responded that he could take his DNA, use it, compare it, do whatever he needed to do to try to eliminate him as a suspect.
I think in my mind that Isaiah is possibly not involved in Tina's murder. Getting the information from Isaiah on the scene of the victim's sister, I was able to contact the sister to let her know that I wanted to come see her. Death notifications are definitely one of the hardest parts of the job. I try to do them face to face.
I'm so sorry.
I knew this day would come.
Tina's sister gave Calvin the background on Tina. She said that Tina was battling drug addiction, and like many people, it had an unbreakable hold on her.
It may have played a part in her death, but as a homicide detective, we do not judge a victim's lifestyle.
No matter who dies, everyone deserves justice.
Do you think Isaiah may have done this?
No.
I'll be in touch.
Tyna's sister didn't have any idea of who could have committed the crime in this particular case.
Hello? Okay, I'm on my way.
Calvin gets word that Tyna's autopsy is complete. He hopes to learn something that can help solve the case. We meet with Calvin to go over the findings.
They said there was blunt force trauma to the face, to the head area, and strangulation. The ligature that was around her neck was white. It's white wire. Matter of fact, I have a couple photos of it that I can show you guys. It was fairly loose around her neck, so it was kind of hard to determine whether or not this was used to strangle her. Send it down to the GBI for touch DNA. I mean, the yellow wire here, as you can, I mean, it's tied like a Boy Scout tied it. So I'm thinking, you know, hands, sweat, anything of that nature could be on that. Because I felt like this was probably going to be a DNA type of a case.
We're looking at DNA, also fingernails. One of the things you did was cleverly, you preserved those nails.
Just from talking to some of her sister, actually, she said she was a fighter, so I'm almost certain that she fought for her life.
Yeah.
So at that point, we knew, you know, let's go ahead and clip these fingernails and preserve those and send those down to GBI for testing. I believed at that time could be the killer's DNA underneath.
Nice. So now you send this off to the GBI and it's waiting game. You're waiting for this DNA to come back. What do you do next?
We went back out to the neighborhood, man. I wanted to let the neighbors know that hey, I'm here and we're gonna try to figure out what happened to your friend, Tyna.
This is not a homicide that you're gonna sit at your desk and work. This is boots on the ground. This is grinding up shoe leather. I love it.
Calvin heads out to Old Fourth Ward on a mission.
Boots on the ground is a term that we use up in homicide. You can't solve a homicide by sitting at your desk all day. So you definitely want to get out there and knock on doors, let the community know that we're trying to solve this crime. The community kept pointing towards a guy by the name of Jeff. And not that he was a suspect in the case, but that he possibly would have information on the case.
The streets were saying Jeff was action news for Old Fourth Ward. If anything went on in Old Fourth Ward, Jeff was gonna know about it.
What about this guy?
Right here?
Yeah, that's him.
Calvin knew there's something there. People aren't making that up. He had to go sit down and do a face-to-face with Jeff.
Jeff identifies himself as Jeffrey Bolton.
I'm Detective Thomas.
Calvin records audio of the interview.
I want to talk to you about Tyna. You know her?
Yeah, we was at the house.
Did you witness anything?
Jeff claims that he saw Tyna the night before her body was found. When Jeff discloses that he saw Tyna the night before the murder, I'm sure it got Detective Thomas excited. I would have been like, oh yeah, my timeline just changed in a big damn way.
Where do you live?
Right there.
The actual street is right across the street from where the victim is located. So it's within walking distance from the house that Jeff lives in. According to Jeff, he and Tyna was standing outside, I guess just having a conversation. And then this U-Haul just randomly came down Mackenzie Drive and stopped in front of his house.
You see a U-Haul truck came up the street. This U-Haul truck.
He starts to talk about two Hispanic males got out of the vehicle and asked where were the ladies. And Tyna identified herself as, I'm right here.
That's the kind you don't know the fuck. Don't know what the fuck. You got in the truck right there, they ain't seen Tyna shit.
Based off Jeff talking about Tyna getting in this car with two men, I mean, right now, the music is playing, so Calvin's got to start dancing.
What do these two guys look like?
Right now, Calvin's got two new suspects in Tyna's murder.
You ready to take a look inside?
Yeah.
What Calvin Thomas possesses that Quinn and I don't, by the grace of God. I'm not a surviving family member of a homicide victim, neither is Quinn. Calvin Thomas is an aunt that he loved so dearly who was just snuffed away like nothing.
I'm so sorry.
Imagine Calvin Thomas telling a family member whose murder he's investigating, I understand your grief, because he's experienced that.
I want to talk to you about Tanya.
The Tyna Bass homicide case is heating up.
The U-Haul truck came up to this U-Haul truck.
Detective Calvin Thomas interviews a witness that says victim Tyna Bass got into a vehicle with two unidentified men.
You got in the truck right there, they ain't seen Tyna Smith.
So now the question is, could one or both of these individuals be the actual killer? Calvin presses Jeff Bolton for details about these mystery men.
We should get in the truck with two men, right? I ain't get no names in that.
Only thing he really talked about was them being Hispanic.
Jeff's story raises a red flag.
It just didn't sound right. He glossed over that thing really quickly. It was no detail involved. If I was in Calvin's head, all I would hear is, yeah, right. He wasn't buying.
What else do you remember?
Suddenly, Jeff adds a new wrinkle to his story.
I had saw Tiny again.
According to Jeff, minutes later they came back where he states that Tyna asked for a blanket.
She come back to my room and look for a quilt to lay on. I gave her a new quilt. She said, I'm gonna bring it back. I ain't seen the Tiny or the quilt.
He's brought this blanket up, and being that this is a piece of evidence that we located on the scene, I'm definitely interested more in what Jeff has to say about Tyna.
Calvin wonders if Jeff is misleading him.
Quinn and I have had cases in the past where the suspect actually inserts themselves in the investigation. I hearken back to the Cassandra Bryant case, Calvin Thomas's aunt that was killed in 2003. The killer pretended to be a concerned citizen, helping with the case at first.
Is it possible that Calvin's case is shadowing his aunt's murder once again?
Calvin Thomas had to consider who's inserting themselves in this case and why are you bringing in all this other scenario of a U-Haul truck and blankets?
You don't know anything about the murder? No.
The DNA that potentially could be found on victim Tyna Bass is the most important key to solving this case, and Calvin Thomas knows that.
Will you consent to give up your DNA?
Fine. Let's go ahead and take the DNA, but let's see where we are.
Even though Jeff rises to the top of the suspect list, Calvin must first look into the men in the U-Haul.
We'll be in touch.
So you're having to take everything that you're learning and verify it.
Before following up on Jeff's lead, Calvin did a big media splash on the news. He was asking the public to call Crime Stoppers with any tips.
He then began canvassing the area of Mackenzie Drive, which is where Jeff Bolton claimed he saw Tyna get into a U-Haul with two guys. Calvin quickly found a home with a security camera pointed towards the street where Tyna allegedly got into that truck.
Calvin spoke with the homeowner who just happened to be Jeff's next-door neighbor. The guy didn't remember seeing a U-Haul truck the night that Tyna disappeared, but he agreed to share the video.
At this point, Calvin really didn't have a lot of information, so this video was a huge deal. If Jeff was telling the truth or if he was lying, the video could crack this case wide open.
Back at the office, Calvin reviews the surveillance video.
You have to do your due diligence and try to identify whether or not his story is believable. Jeff gave a time of between 9 and 10 p.m. of when the U-Haul truck came down Mackenzie Drive.
Calvin doesn't see the truck. He doesn't spot any signs of Tyna or Jeff either.
Calvin watched this video over and over for hours, and he saw nothing that would corroborate what Jeff said.
There's nothing on here.
So Jeff lied to me.
He could have been rinsed off with that video, but he's back in it. He goes right to the top of the suspect list.
So Calvin Thomas now, knowing that Jeff Bolton is lying, has to take a deeper dive onto just who Jeff Bolton is. Part of that in the history of working any case is criminal history. Does he fit the profile of someone capable of doing what was done to Tyna Bass?
I can see that Jeff had about 27 cycles of arrests. He was a convicted felon as well, and mostly drug offenses, burglary, and crimes against persons as well.
That's a big damn moment because that shows that this ladder that he's climbing, it could have graduated onto murder.
It put me in the state of Jeff could definitely be a suspect in this case. And so we definitely want to do a search warrant on the house.
Detective Thomas.
You're working the Tyna Bass murder?
Yes.
It's the Crime Stoppers tip line. And they have a lead that's about to turn the case upside down.
We have a tipster saying they know who the killer is.
What do these two guys look like?
The key witness in the Tyna Bass homicide investigation appears to be misleading police.
There's nothing on here.
Jeff Bolton's whole story looks like a complete lie. It's time to get a search warrant for Jeff Bolton's house.
You're working the Tyna Bass murder?
Yes.
Just when it looks like Calvin Thomas's investigation is heading in one direction, it hits a detour.
We have a tipster saying they know who the killer is.
There's always a lot of twists and turns when you're looking for justice.
What's the name?
Michael Smith. He goes by the nickname Friezo, and Friezo killed Tyna.
So the tipster did state that Tyna and Friezo were drinking the night before the murder, and at some point became upset with Tyna and began to strike her.
How does the tipster know this?
He didn't say, and he wanted to remain anonymous.
This is a detour that Calvin Thomas does not want to take, but he has to, because it's now looking like it's either going to be Friezo or it's going to be Jeff Bolton.
The first thing Calvin had to do was to vet Friezo out. He pulled Friezo's criminal history, and he had quite the lengthy record. Friezo wasn't in jail, and it was his current address that really stuck out. He lived in close proximity to the crime scene, so that was a big red flag.
At this point, Calvin turned his attention to Friezo. Police quickly tracked Friezo down and brought him to homicide for an interview. It was time for Calvin to get some answers.
Friezo agrees to a videotaped interview.
I'm just going to formally introduce myself to you, okay? I'm Detective Thompson, my first name, Cal.
Friezo says he's known Tyna for a while.
Friezo also openly admits that his relationship with Tyna involves sex, drugs, and violence.
How often did you guys argue? Who? Doing something? Anytime she was drunk.
He definitely came out and said that, we fought all the time.
I want to say your name, you know what I'm saying? Because your name is suspect number one. I'm just keeping it real with you. Okay. All right.
Friezo adamantly denies killing Tyna.
I'll take a lie detector test, and I'll pay for it. So swab me, please. Take my blood, whatever you gotta do. I don't kill it.
All right, man.
We do ask him to consent to a DNA swab where he does consent. So we take his DNA as well, and we send that off to the GBI for testing.
When Calvin continues the interview, Friezo swears he wasn't with Tyna, but he did in fact see her.
According to Friezo, the night before she's found dead, Tyna came by his house to get something to eat.
So when she came over, how long did she stay?
She didn't stay 5 minutes. So she was hungry. That's what sit down. I'm in the bathroom. When I came back out, she was gone.
He's got to figure out whether or not he's going to be culpable for this murder.
So we bring up things that the detectives talked about them drinking together, about how he may have gotten upset with her and began to strike her, but he became very defensive of that.
I know what my heart is.
And he just shut down.
Calvin doesn't give up.
We asked Friezo would he be open to taking a CVSA, which is a computer voice stress analyzer exam.
Friezo agrees to participate.
It's a test where it detects stress in a person, and it will give a score regarding your answers.
Usually what it does is it's just going to rule you out as any involvement with anything. That's what we're here for today, right?
Basically, they're asking questions they would ask in a polygraph.
Like I said, I'm not here to trick you.
But they're listening to your voice.
Just talk normal like being you are, and we're good to go, man.
The person that's trained in this machine can ask some control questions to find out what your level of truthfulness is.
Are we in the city of Atlanta?
And then ask the hard questions.
Did you see Jeff choke Tiny?
No.
Did you choke Tiny?
No.
Out of the blue, Friezo makes a shocking statement.
I have talked to before.
What do you mean by that?
I have talked to before.
It was mind-boggling for me to even hear him say that.
I have talked to you. I ain't choked to Jeff.
When was the last time you choked her?
About 4 or 5 months ago.
4 or 5 months.
Last year. I think maybe this year.
He's choked Tyna Bass in the past, and Tyna Bass later is choked to death. That's a clue in the business. One would have to consider, and Calvin Thomas did, that Friezo is the guy.
The new version of a polygraph test.
Friezo, a suspect in the Tyna Bass murder, agrees to do a vocal stress test.
Did you choke Tiny?
No.
And Friezo makes a damning statement.
I have choked her before.
When was the last time you choked her?
Last year. I think maybe this year.
Friezo might be the killer.
You didn't choke her on the day in question?
No, I didn't.
For him to say that, you know, he's choked her before, definitely sent my spidey senses up on that one. So after the exam is completed, we go over the results of the exam.
He had a lot of stress, and that's what didn't get.
This test shows he's being deceptive.
So we have a problem. Okay. And I know when you said that you had choked her in the past, you tell Detective Thomas that?
No, I told her we're fighting.
You never told me you choked her, though.
We're fighting.
Friezo doesn't have a response to his deception. He just pretty much met us with anger.
Don't kill him. I ain't lying.
Don't get angry with me.
Don't say the lying.
No, it's not.
I'm saying the bullshit, man. That's bullshit. Because I was at home, man.
Just because Friezo showed deception, that's not anything Calvin Thomas could have held him for. Can't arrest him. It's not even admissible in court.
I think I'm going to stop this because I know who I was. I know I ain't did it. So I'm never arrested me.
He's got to let him go.
Friezo walking out of that door definitely left me feeling like he was involved in this murder.
After the interview, Calvin gets word that the search warrant for Jeff Bolton's home is approved.
We go out and we serve a search warrant at Jeff's house.
I joined Calvin on the search. I'm just an extra set of eyes. I'm an experienced detective that knows what to look for, so Calvin Thomas asked me to come with him.
Hey, BB, we have a warrant.
No one answered the door, so we had to force entry. Literally using a battering ram, had to bust the front door open to get inside this house.
The house is extremely dirty, it's filthy. We were looking for blood. We were looking for moving blankets. We were looking for the electrical wiring that the victim was tied up in as well.
And as I traversed down this hallway, I looked down and I saw a reddish-brown substance that I was very familiar with. A substance I've seen many times in my career.
Come. What's up, man? Check it out.
And I pointed down, and Detective Thomas looked at it and said, "Yeah, V, that's blood."
We got him.
First thing that goes to my head is, I think we found our crime scene.
This evidence could break the case wide open.
Yo, John, come get a photo of this. Let's keep going.
My first big find was a bloody shoe print that was on the floor of the house. So we swabbed that shoe print.
As we continue doing the search warrant at Jeff Bolton's house, we both look at each other, we're like, no way. There's a blue moving blanket identical to the one that Tyna Bass is wrapped in.
You crossing Frieza off the suspect list? I don't know if we can do that just yet.
Right now, our boy Calvin's got his hands full. He's got this really compelling case with Jeff. So is the killer Jeff? Is it Frieza? Or is it both of them?
DNA test should sort it out.
Suddenly, Calvin gets a surprise visitor.
Hey, Jeff Bolton's outside. Wants to talk to you guys.
It's all adding up, and the sum of all totals we're looking at right now is named Jeff Bolton.
It's time for some answers.
Calvin brought Jeff to the homicide office and did round 2 with him. He asked Jeff about the blood found in his home. Jeff claimed that Tyna had tripped and cut herself and explained that's why there was blood in the house. It didn't make sense, and Jeff said he didn't do it, and he said all he's gonna say.
With no hard evidence against him, Jeff was allowed to leave.
But Calvin told him, we're gonna be speaking again.
Days passed by with no new leads, and the forensic testing had yet to be completed.
Calvin believed in his heart that Jeff was involved, and he decided to take another run at him.
Jeff, hop in so we can have a word.
Calvin heads over to Jeff's house and convinces him to have a chat in his car.
I put my mic on and just went right in and started speaking to him.
Calvin decides to use a new tactic with Jeff.
Many times, detectives have to introduce an alternative reality. He now has to give him something. It's called an out.
Let me ask you this. Was it an accident?
Huh?
Was it an accident?
Yeah.
Jeff actually jumped on. He latched on to that idea of it being an accident. Why was it an accident? Just tell me that. I felt like it was like the sun really came out.
Cause it wasn't meant to happen.
I was like, oh my God, like we're almost there. We keep it cool with each other, right?
Audio taped interviews inside of your detective car or any car are a great place to gather information. People feel comfortable.
Let me ask you this, was it an accident?
I like to say that me and Vin, we coined that particular investigative tool.
Was it an accident?
Yeah.
Those words are etched in stone for use later to bring your case home.
Jeff, hop in so we can have a word.
Jeff Bolton, the prime suspect in the Tyna Bass murder, seems to be on the verge of confessing.
While speaking with Jeff, I wanted to at least give him an out for if he did commit this murder. Was it an accident?
Yeah.
That was brilliant on Calvin Thomas's part to ask that question. If it was a mistake or you didn't mean it to happen, go ahead and tell me.
Why was it an accident? Just tell me that.
Cause it wasn't meant to happen.
I felt like we're almost there. Just keep plugging along, keep plugging along. But who caused the accident itself?
The other two people.
Okay, I don't know, but I don't know.
It wasn't Friezo. I'm just trying to make sure. Friezo ain't in this.
It was like he was freeing him from it, and I couldn't understand why.
I was drunk. I knew I was good drunk.
And that's why it was an accident, right? Because you were drunk, stuff happened, right?
No, I ain't talking about me. With other folks running him out.
Who was other folks, Jeff? He's all over the place. He's talking about he hadn't had any sleep, how he wanted to kill himself.
Man, did you realize I almost hung myself? Did you realize I almost took an overdose of people?
Let's stay focused on this accident. I wasn't gonna let it go until I got a little bit more information. Tell me what you remember, and then I'll work with you on the rest of that.
Okay. Come to the house.
Okay. Now, is you tight end? Who else?
Little Donnie.
That's when he interjects Little Donnie into the scene. Who was Little Donnie?
Got around and get high and crazy.
According to Jeff, they were smoking crack, and Little Donnie became upset with Tina for some reason. And Little Donnie is the one that hit Tina in the face. Jeff stated that he left and came back to the house. No one was there. Very convenient.
There's no such thing as a Little Donnie. This is a crutch put together by Jeff Bolton just to get suspicion away from his name.
I just want to hear the truth.
Well, I don't know what I did.
Okay.
If I did, what I ain't need to do.
That's exactly the result that Calvin Thomas was looking for. An innocent person doesn't say that.
All right, Jeff, we're done.
Calvin Thomas had affirmation and confirmation at that moment that he had the right guy.
But we wanted to be sure and wait on the results from the GBI. I'm thinking, at any day it could come in.
It takes 3 weeks before all the forensic testing is completed.
The blood that Venn and Detective Thomas found in Jeff Bolton's home comes back to actually being Tina's blood.
Her boyfriend, Isaiah's DNA was not located anywhere on the victim. Friezo's DNA was not located on the victim.
And then upon further analysis, it's found that Jeff's DNA is under the fingernails of our victim, Tina Bass. It's a wrap. Jeff's the dude. The hands don't lie. Based on all the evidence and statements, Calvin pieces together what happened to Tina Bass.
Tina, Jeff, and another person that's unknown at this particular time were smoking crack cocaine. At some point, an argument ensued. A fight occurred. And Tina was assaulted physically and strangled. Jeff rolled her up in a blanket, tied her up, and put her in the trash can to try to get rid of her. So that's what I believe happened that particular night.
On April 13th, 2016, Jeff Bolton is charged with Tina Bass's murder, but the case never goes to trial.
Jeff pleads guilty to murder, where he's ultimately sentenced to 30 years.
Congratulations on
Thank
solving
you,
the
man.
case.
Thank you.
My
I appreciate
brother.
that.
Great job on that, man.
Thank
Great
you, man.
job.
Thank you, man. It really meant a lot to get some justice for Tina's family, man.
When I think about this case and everything that Calvin Thomas had to go through to find justice for Tina Bass,
I got something.
and then the connection that Calvin Thomas has to myself and Detective Quinn.
What's up, man? Check it out.
And then what we did to help him on this case, and then going back to when Quinn and I worked Calvin Thomas's aunt's case, Cassandra Bryant.
This case meant a lot to me, mainly because of the similarities between it and my aunt's case.
It's almost like the homicide universe collectively moved in a direction to pull all of us together. But the most important piece of this whole puzzle is seeing Calvin Thomas develop into the detective that he is. I'm incredibly proud of you. You are what homicide is about.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Appreciate you.
Right, man.
Nothing but love for you, brother.
You know it, man.
He continues to go out in the streets of Atlanta and continue to serve the community and bring justice to families of victims that are killed in this city.
For most, obtaining and maintaining love requires careful nurturing.
She swooped in and she latched on.
As their relationship developed, their emotional connection grew.
But for others, it can necessitate something more, something immoral, perhaps even something illegal.
I just think that she was like infatuated with my father. She really was obsessed with him.
That's when love can break apart and into something extremely dangerous.
I found a dead body over in the woods.
When you've taken things too far, is there any turning back?
We know what happened. What happened? There was no limit to what she was willing to do for my father's love. Her answer was death.
March 12th, 2017. It's a chilly spring day in the sprawling community of Henrico, Virginia.
Henrico County, Virginia is kind of an umbrella to Richmond, the city. It wraps around the city proper.
Henrico is pretty much known for its residences, as well as having pretty good schools.
However, later that afternoon, an unsettling chain of events is beginning to unfold.
Around 5 p.m., a young woman named Katie Turner started to get worried about her boyfriend, Martre Coles.
Martre had plans to take a bus from his home in Henrico to Florida to visit a college. And Katie was expecting to hear from him. She thought he would text or call to say goodbye before he left for his trip.
But Katie hadn't heard anything from Martre since 10 a.m.
As the hours went by, Katie's mind just starts to spiral. Did he get on that bus? Was there an accident? Was he abducted somewhere?
Katie decides to reach out to Martre's sister, Michelle Coles, to see if she's heard from him.
Martre stayed at Michelle's house the night before he was supposed to leave for his college trip.
Katie had called me and said she had been trying to contact Martre for a couple of hours. I thought it was very unusual for him not to respond to any of the messages.
Michelle tells Katie that she had dropped Martre off at their father's house that morning, and he was supposed to head to the bus stop from there.
She asked me to go by the house to see if Martre was still there. Was he asleep? Had he left? I called my sister and told my sister what was going on. Michelle stated she called and she didn't speak to him either. And I said, come get me. We're gonna go to my dad's house.
As night falls on Henrico County, the sisters arrive at their father's home, where Michelle had dropped off Martre earlier that day.
They both were met by her dad and his girlfriend, Denise. Denise confirmed, hey, I just saw Martre and he was leaving to get on the bus to go to Full Sail University.
According to Denise, Martre had left for the bus around 12 p.m.
She was like, I don't know. He just up and left. It didn't make absolutely any sense to me. I never believed that Martre would have left without saying anything to us. So when we left, me and Michelle got in the car, and I instantly bust out in tears. And I told Michelle, something not right.
For 19-year-old Martre Coles, the art of drawing was always his #1 passion.
Being an artist, it runs in the family. He drew like with pencils, ink pens, crayons, markers, and things of that nature. He wanted to go to school for graphic design for video games.
At the age of 16, Martray leaned heavily into his art as a coping mechanism when his mother unexpectedly passed away from cardiac arrest.
Martray took my mom's death very hard. It was like a cloud over him.
But Martray wasn't the only one suffering. His father, Terrence Coles, was also devastated by the loss of his wife.
Unfortunately, the death did nothing to bring father and son together. Instead, it made matters worse.
He was so busy mourning himself, I don't think he addressed Martray's feelings, like, at all.
That within itself can create a wedge between a father and a son.
Thankfully, things seemed to improve when Terrence began a relationship with co-worker Denise Gay.
As their relationship developed and their emotional connection grew, Terrence invited Denise and her young daughter Mia to move into his home with himself and with his son Martray. And this happened pretty quickly. They had only been dating for about a month before she moved in.
Denise also formed a bond with Martray.
Denise was really loving to Martray and helped him try to get into his dream school, which is Full Sail University in Florida.
She was helping him with the financial aid and getting his application in and speaking with the school advisor, getting a visit of the campus.
For Martray, leaving his hometown of Henrico, Virginia, was a welcome chance at a fresh start.
The morning I dropped Martray off at my father's house, we was talking about, his excitement going down to the school. He didn't really know what he wanted to do as far as his life after my mom's passing. And now he feel like, he knows what to do.
But now, no one has heard from Martray for more than 6 hours.
He hasn't responded to friends or family after they've made repeated attempts to contact him.
And his sisters are starting to panic.
It caused an alarm immediately. He was on like a lot of pills and stuff for depression and stuff like that.
He had contemplated suicide in the past.
It didn't help that Martray's strained relationship with his father had been getting worse and worse in the days leading up to his disappearance.
There were some odd things happening around their house that Martray kept getting blamed for.
One of the weird things that happened was that Terrence had discovered a pentagram drawn under the carpet in Martray's room. But when he confronted Martray about it, Martray said, "I didn't do it."
Terrence had held on to his deceased wife's old car, and one day it caught fire. And again, he blamed Martray. And Martray swore up and down that he did not set this car on fire.
Could the added tension with his father be the reason that Martray suddenly took off from home?
There was a concern that maybe he'd harmed himself or done something drastic instead of going on his college tour.
The next morning, with Martray's whereabouts still unclear, his loved ones look for any possible clues by searching his emails.
Kate and Martray were so close that Martray actually shared some of his login information with her.
As she scans the correspondences Martray received from Full Sail University in Florida, something catches her eye.
It was fullsail@gmail.com and not fullsail@edu.com. If this is a legit school, why would they write him an acceptance from a Gmail account?
When Katie found the emails, I knew something was wrong.
Things were just not adding up. Something was not right.
In March of 2017, 19-year-old Martray Coles was looking forward to pursuing his passion for art by attending Full Sail University in Florida.
He really had talent. He wanted to design for video games, maybe do comic books, and so he really had an incredibly bright future ahead of him.
But after leaving for a college tour of the university on March 12th, Martrey has inexplicably vanished.
He had supposedly left his father's house around 12 p.m. to catch a bus to Florida where the university was located. But no one had heard from him since.
And now, nearly 24 hours after Martrey's loved ones last made contact with him, suspicious emails from the college have set off even more alarm bells.
In the back end of those emails, it was a Gmail account that sent them and not an EDU account, which normally every college has an EDU account.
When Martrey's loved ones reach out to the university, their suspicions are confirmed.
These emails that Martrey had been receiving from Full Sail University were not real.
For Martrey's sisters, this bewildering piece of information sends a clear message that they will need a lot more help in finding their brother.
Me and Marquisha went down to the police precinct. We told them that we wanted to file an immediate missing persons report, and they put the report in.
The officers took the information, but because Martrey was an adult, they didn't do anything.
As days turn into weeks since Martrey's disappearance, family members can only hope that Martrey will eventually turn up safe.
Michelle and I were actually looking day and night for Martrey, trying to piece together what happened to Martrey.
Then, 3 weeks after Martrey mysteriously vanished, a disturbing discovery comes to light.
On April 2nd, 2017, a local resident named Aaron Thomas is out for a walk on his lunch break.
This is a location that is an industrial part of the county.
As he's making his way through, he sees this big plastic bin wedged between some bushes.
When he got closer to that bin, he saw shoes hanging out the side. He decided to further investigate and then found out, oh, wait a second, there are legs and feet attached to these shoes. That's not good.
When he opens it up, he could never have imagined the nightmare that he would find inside this bin.
That is when he saw a human body.
In shock, Aaron immediately dials 911.
I found a dead body over in the woods. I just reported it. I don't know what to do.
Were they still breathing at all?
No.
Okay. I've got police around.
When police get there, they did discover what looked like a younger African-American male.
The victim has been doused with powdered lime.
Lime is a substance that will help keep the smell of decaying flesh down.
His hands are bound behind his back with duct tape, but there was no signs of a physical struggle. There were no defensive wounds, there were no stabbing wounds, there was no blood. There was also no identification. They didn't know who this victim was.
However, a quick search of recent missing persons reports provides investigators with a hit.
The first report that Detective Egan receives is the one that Michelle and Marquisha Coles filed on behalf of their brother, Martrey.
It was obvious when she placed the two images next to each other that the body that was found was, in fact, the missing Martrey Coles.
After Martrey's remains are transferred to the medical examiner, investigators are able to ascertain how he died.
The way that Martrey died was that he was suffocated.
The toxicology report revealed that Martrey had 2 drugs in his system. He had the sleeping agent trazodone, and he also had GHB.
Gamma hydroxybutyrate, which commonly we call the rape drug, can be a suppressant.
Investigators believe that Martre had been drugged first, and then, after becoming drowsy, was then suffocated to death.
But who did this to Martre? And why?
He was a good kid going to good places, and it was all stripped away. What kind of a person would do something like that?
My favorite memory of Martre is when he graduated. At the graduation, he kind of got like emotional. He took his diploma, he blew a kiss at me and my family, and then he blew a kiss to my mom and pointed up to my mom. After that, we all met up. He kind of like brushed past everybody, and he came to me, he gave me like the biggest, warmest hug. He was a warm-hearted young man.
April 2nd, 2017. 3 weeks after he was first reported missing, Martre Coles's body has been discovered inside a plastic bin in a wooded industrial park near Richmond, Virginia.
Investigators had come up with a cause of death for Martre. He was drugged and suffocated. But they still didn't have a why. They didn't know who could possibly want to hurt this young man.
Investigators set into motion a plan to find the person responsible for the heinous crime.
Police place a camera in the woods, trying to figure out if somebody would come back to the scene of the crime.
In an effort to avoid tipping off Martre's killer, police make the difficult decision to delay informing Martre's family that they have found his body.
We did not feel like we could even share with the siblings, who of course had expressed this immense amount of concern for their little baby brother, because they could actually kind of blow the cover and we would lose an opportunity to take the next steps of the investigation.
However, as detectives wait to see if the killer will return, a police sergeant from another division reaches out with information that stops them in their tracks.
The sergeant informs that 2 officers within his unit had documented an incident that occurred on March 31st. This was just 2 days prior to Martre's body being discovered.
On the evening of March 31st, there had been an alarm call where Martre Coles was living with his father, Terrence, and Denise Gay.
When officers arrived, they were met by Denise Gay's 12-year-old daughter, Mia, and older daughter, Latoya.
Latoya told the officers that Denise and Terrence were both at work.
And she explains to them that the burglary alarm was a false alarm.
Convinced nothing is wrong, officers prepared to leave. But as they begin to exit the home, young Mia made an unexpected request.
Mia asked the second officer if she could speak with him off to the side.
Once alone with the officer, Mia began to share a frightening story.
She says she saw her mother, Denise, and her older sister, Latoya, kill Martre.
In excruciating detail, Mia laid out what she claimed were Martre's final moments alive.
She says it started around 10:30 a.m. on the morning of March 12th when Terrence was at work. Martre had just been dropped back at the house after spending the night at his sister Michelle's.
Denise was helping Martre with this plaster face mask project that he was doing for Full Sail University. She says she could hear Martre start to get sick and throw up.
Then Mia heard Martre yelling, "Get off of me," and she ran to his room, and she saw her mother and her older sister on top of Martre.
Her mother locks eyes with her and simply gives her a hand gesture to send her back to her room, where she retreats and stays for a period of time. That was the last time she saw Martre ever again.
Mia later heard what sounded like something being pushed across the floor.
As she opened the door to see what was happening, she saw her sister pushing a Tupperware bin on the ground. Her mother indicated to her that she was to remain in her room, that they would be back.
At the time, officers were unsure what to make of Mia's account. They had interacted with Mia before and were aware she had a troubled past.
They were familiar with Mia because they had responded to this house on a previous incident. Mia had tried to run away from home after she was upset about a disciplinary action taken against her for some bad behavior.
It's a point that LaToya emphasized to the officers.
LaToya then is calling her mother, Denise, and explaining to her what Mia has told the police officers. It is during this time that Denise Gay is on her daughter's phone, speaking to the officer, trying to describe Mia as, again, a mischievous young lady, 12-year-old, who makes up stories and that they should not believe anything that she's saying.
The officers ended up leaving without taking any further statements on the matter.
For whatever reason that we, to this day, don't know, no investigator came out on the scene that night.
It seems unbelievable that the officers didn't do more with this information, since Martre had already been reported missing at this point. But since they weren't taking Mia very seriously, they never looked up the report on Martre to connect the dots.
Now, homicide detectives have to wonder, was 12-year-old Mia telling the truth?
You flip back to that day in the burglar alarm call, it totally made sense. Detectives, they're like, wait a second here, we got something.
Investigators know they need to speak with Denise and LaToya as soon as possible.
And later that same day, they'll get their chance.
She was just very nonchalant, completely unconcerned.
Where do you think he is? I'm looking for him.
In April of 2017, Henrico County detectives have just made a stunning break in the murder case of 19-year-old Martre Coles.
Martre had been living at his father's house along with his father's girlfriend, Denise Gay, and Denise's 12-year-old daughter, Mia. According to Mia, she had witnessed her mother and her older sister, LaToya, kill Martre with their bare hands.
Although a troubled 12-year-old girl isn't the strongest witness, police can't ignore the fact that Mia's account matches key investigative details they've collected about the murder.
The way that Martre died was that he was suffocated.
That's essentially what Mia described she witnessed on the morning of March 12th.
But if Mia is telling the truth, why would Denise and LaToya want Martre dead?
Detectives were eager to speak to both women and start unraveling this case.
They decide to bring in Denise first.
During that initial interview, law enforcement didn't provide every piece of information that we had to Denise. We wanted to see if she would give us any information that would assist us in proving that she, in fact, was involved in the homicide.
Where do you think he is? My gut feeling is he's with his girlfriend. I guess, would you expect to hear from Trey, or would his dad expect to hear from him, or? That's any given time, because I'm looking for him. I mean, we speak. It's not like we don't, say anything at all to each other. Right.
She was just very nonchalant, completely unconcerned. We were hoping she would get curious and wonder how much we really knew. And the theory was that she may even be so bold as to go back to the location where Martre's body had been left in the tote to see if we had found him.
Police still had their hunting camera at the scene, waiting.
So after that initial interview, Denise was allowed to leave. We did not arrest her at that point, and she was allowed to go home.
Detectives soon learn this isn't Denise's first run-in with law enforcement.
She was from Richmond, Virginia, but she had lived other places. She had family in both North Carolina and South Carolina.
We learned that up and down the eastern seaboard, she had been convicted of and incarcerated for crimes that involved various forms of fraud and deceit.
This rap sheet she had was more than 10 pages long. It's just huge.
By 2014, Denise was recently divorced and out of jail when she met Martre's father, Terrence Coles.
Denise met Terrence Coles at a food plant where they both worked. Terrence was a really hard worker. He was a provider for his family, and that attracted Denise to him.
I just think that she was like infatuated with my father. He can be fun, comedian, very comical.
But Terrence was also still grieving the death of his wife and doing his best to cope.
Terrence was extremely vulnerable during this time. And this is where Denise really found an opportunity to almost groom him. She swooped in and she latched on.
I believe Denise's position at the time was very beneficial. He was used to having a wife at home, someone who caters to him, and when Denise placed herself there and were doing those things, he was okay with it.
After just a month of dating, Terrence moved Denise and 12-year-old Mia into the home.
Denise really stepped into the role of mother and wife. She was doing things around the house, cooking and cleaning, and she really seemed to be building a close relationship with Martre.
But in reality, was Denise a wolf in sheep's clothing? Investigators were about to get one step closer to proving that theory.
We went back to retrieve the memory card from that camera, and an individual had returned to that location.
She returned to the dump site.
They caught her on camera.
April 2017. In Henrico, Virginia, detectives are zeroing in on Denise Gay as their main suspect in the murder case of 19-year-old Martre Coles.
Denise's youngest daughter, Mia Gay, reported seeing Denise kill Martre with the help of her other daughter, LaToya.
And now, thanks to a camera investigator set up at the body dump site, they get another win in their case against Denise.
We found images of an individual caught walking through the camera shot.
It wasn't hard for detectives to see that, okay, that's Denise, that's her shape.
We believed that Denise was trying to take Martre's body and dispose it so that we would never find it. However, what she did not know is we had already found Martre's body.
When detectives get their hands on Denise's phone records, they uncover even more evidence tying her to the crime scene.
On the morning Martre was killed, phone records show Denise's cell phone pinging at her home until 2:30. And then driving over to the site where Martre's body was found, and she stayed there for 7 minutes.
Armed with these latest pieces of damning evidence, police decide to bring Denise in for another interview. But this time, they're playing hardball.
Law enforcement disclosed to her that Martre was dead and that we had found his body.
What happened? That's what we want you to tell us.
Denise is playing this thing off cool and collected. She's acting like, she doesn't know anything about the homicide.
You're saying that you know what happened?
We do.
What happened?
You killed him in your house. The last time you saw him, he was in a storage bin.
She never seemed to be shaken or rattled by anything that was presented to her. She was very stoic, and I would say you could describe it potentially as sociopathic behavior.
Police charge Denise with first-degree murder, and keep her in holding while they prepare to speak with her daughter and alleged co-conspirator, LaToya Gay. But tracking down LaToya will be easier said than done.
When LaToya realized that investigators were looking into her being connected to Martre's murder, she got out of town.
We knew that the Gays had family connections in South Carolina. They were able to finally locate her staying with a family member, and they brought her into the police department in South Carolina.
Inside the station, detectives take a crack at getting a confession from the 21-year-old.
It was actually kind of entertaining to watch, because when they said, "We have a warrant for murder for you," she kind of jumped back and said, "For me?"
There's a murder warrant for you.
For me? Why is it for me?
And just like her mother, she denied her involvement and didn't admit to anything.
I don't know what you're talking about. For what you did. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything.
Investigators indict LaToya on the same first-degree murder charges as Denise.
Police believe Denise was probably the driving force in the crime. But since LaToya helped her with the murder and disposal of the body, she was just as culpable in the eyes of the law.
Now that the two suspects are in police custody, detectives finally update Martre's family on the details of the case.
I was home getting ready for work, and I got a call from the detectives, and they said, "Martre's dead." I remember screaming to the top of my lungs. When I found out that Denise had been arrested for Martre's murder, I was happy because I never liked Denise. I knew she was evil the first time I met her.
However, Terrence Coles has an entirely different reaction.
Martre's father did not take the news that Denise Gay had been arrested well. He actually tried to argue and say there's no way she would have done this, she cares about him.
Will investigators be able to secure a conviction?
They still needed to figure out an explanation for why Denise and LaToya committed this horrific crime.
There's no requirement under the law that you prove a motive, but the jury's probably gonna want one in this case.
When the case goes to trial, a sordid motive is revealed that shows just how far Denise was willing to go to solidify a future with her man.
Denise went to great lengths for their relationship.
She was willing to murder for his love. I do believe Denise is a sick person, but I also believe that she really was obsessed with my father. She didn't want anyone around if his attention wasn't on her. Who would even think to involve her child into such nasty activity? It's traumatizing, and she not only hurt us, she hurt her own family.
On December 8th, 2017, nearly 8 months after 19-year-old Martre Coles was found suffocated to death, Denise and LaToya Gay stand trial for his murder.
In the courtroom, Denise absolutely showed no remorse, her or LaToya. There was a couple of moments where there was a bunch of laughing and giggling going on.
During the trial, prosecutors explain why Denise, the alleged mastermind, wanted young Martre dead.
What we learned about Denise Gay was that she was a very jealous woman, and we could think of no other reason for why she would literally sniff out the life of this precious soul, Martre, except for that he was in the way.
Denise was extremely threatened by Terrence's first wife, who had passed away, and she wanted to erase any memory of her, any trace of her.
Any trace, including Martre. Investigators believe Denise did everything in her power to have the 19-year-old kicked out of their home.
Authorities believe that she actually was the one who drew the pentagram that was found underneath Martre's carpet and set fire to his mother's car.
When those attempts failed to get Martre removed, Denise decided to take one final, unimaginable step.
Her answer was death, and she decided to murder Martre.
We were able to see that Denise Gay's computer in the house where Martre lived was the computer that was sending him emails proposing that he visit Full Sail University.
She figures that if Martre gets accepted into his dream university, no one would think twice if he goes away and they don't speak with him again.
On the morning of March 12, 2017, Denise put her heinous plan into motion with the help of her oldest daughter, LaToya.
I think she knew her daughter would agree to do it because I think LaToya had been manipulated by her mother for so long that she was probably more afraid of what her mother would do if she said no than of going to jail for her mother.
To make the process easier, Denise decided to drug Martre.
Perhaps she had given him some type of drink that she had put the drugs into so that he would be somehow subdued.
That was Denise and LaToya's opportunity to take him down. They suffocated him to death.
I absolutely believed that the jury would come back with a guilty verdict. I thought that the evidence was overwhelming.
But after the jury retires to deliberate, their verdict sends shockwaves through the courtroom.
The jury found LaToya and Denise Gay guilty on the conspiracy charge, but they were deadlocked on the murder charges.
The conspiracy charge will only yield a 10-year sentence.
I still to this day cannot wrap my head around how the jury agreed that LaToya and Denise Gay had conspired to kill Martre, but they couldn't agree that those two individuals had done it.
However, a surprising development involving Martre's father gives investigators a promising chance at a new trial.
Probably one thing that Detective Egan, nor Stacy, nor I would have ever imagined would have happened in a million years is the phone call that Detective Egan got from Terrence.
After seeing the evidence presented in the first trial, Terrence Coles had come around to the idea that his girlfriend Denise may not be as innocent as he once thought. And now he is willing to help law enforcement put her behind bars.
He had located Denise's purse in the closet that in fact had her cell phone there.
For investigators, the discovery of Denise's phone proves huge.
Investigators were able to see text messages between LaToya and Denise Gay about the dump site where Martre's body was found. And there were text messages about something being missing.
Investigators also find a number of bone-chilling internet searches that Denise had conducted on her phone.
There were things like how to dispose of a body.
When prosecutors reveal this explosive new evidence in a second trial on April 12, 2018, the outcome is decidedly different from the first one.
Denise was convicted of that murder charge, and the jury gave her the maximum sentence, which was life in prison.
LaToya was found guilty of murder, but she was sentenced to 20 years on the murder charge.
I think the jury felt that Denise was kind of the puppet master, and that's why the jury was more lenient with LaToya.
Despite the guilty verdicts, the pain of losing Martre still hits hard with his family.
We are still trying to get in a better place after Martre's death. She just took a lot from us, but I forgive her. I have to forgive in order to heal. Martre was a wonderful person. He, wasn't just a wonderful artist on paper. He was an artist in the inside. He could paint a smile without painting it. I miss him every day.
This case is just absolutely heartbreaking. You have a teenage boy who is grieving the death of his mother. And here comes a woman who looks like she might be another mother figure. And instead of truly caring about him and helping him through his pain, it's the ultimate betrayal.
I think that if Denise would have gotten away with Martre's murder, that she definitely would have done something horrible to me and my sister. There was no limit to what Denise was willing to do for my father's love. To be honest, I think she would have murdered everybody on earth for it.
Love often breeds infatuation. But when that infatuation turns into obsession, it can have deadly consequences, destroying everything in its path.
अल्फ अल्लाह की जात तू ऐ झोरे सदके जेड़ो कुल कायनात चलाण आलो अल्फ अल्लाह की जात तू झोरे सदके जेड़ो कुल कायनात चलाण आलो हुक्म उसके बाजना पत्थर अल्लाह ओ तेरो मेरो वजूद बनाण आलो 18,000 मखलूक गो ऐ मालिक सुनो रब सुनो जमीन आसमान आलो अर्श फर्श लो कलम महफूज कुर्सी जिया जून ना रिज़्क खिलाण आलो दाल दुखांगी गल सो नौरे तमना एक बच्ची मासूम रोलाओ गई है दाल दुखांगी गल सो नौरे तमना एक बच्ची मासूम रोलाओ गई है ओ उसकी मारे गुलनाज है बहुत दुखिया ये मारा सीना माँ बर छिलाओ गई है नाओ बच्ची गो अफसा में मूद सोनो रोग उमरा गो सुनी लाओ गई है ओ जिला पुणछ गिरा शिंदरा सोनो ऐ दुखिया दिलाना अफजारो लाओ गई है दाल दर्द जो दयागा ऐ बोते ओखा ए पर बचागी नारे जो दई ओवे दाल दर्द जो दयागा ऐ बोते ओखा ए पर बचागी नारे जो दई होवे ओ माना सबर करार फिर नहीं रहा तो दफ्ते जिगर की जद जो दई होवे ते बाप उसको मैं मुँह दियो सेन दुखिया अफसा जही बची सीने लाई होवे ओ दुख मुझ जावेद माँ बाप नावे ओ बचा किसे गी नारे जो दई होवे तेरे हो रब गा करम तमाम होए आस्तारा अप्रैल ना खुशी भरपूर होई रे हो रब गा करम तमाम होए आस्तारा अप्रैल ना खुशी भरपूर होई ओ अल्लाह पाक ने दिती एक बच्चियों सोनी ऐ गुनाहगारां अर्ज मंजूर होई दिन मां दाखिल रही महारात ऐ 10 बजे ऑपरेशन होयो ते टेंशन दूर होई ओ दीती खबर फिर आनी उन डॉक्टरां ने हो गई बची पर बड़ी कमजोरी होई सलाह दीती वीर डॉक्टर है कमजोर बची ले गए बीच मशीन रखाओ दीती सलाह दीती डॉक्टर है कमजोर बची ले गए बीच मशीन रखाओ दीती 18-19 तक रखी पुणछ अंदर और पर इकी नर जोरी कराओ दीती आई रात 9 बजे मामू आई नानी दोए गड्डी तरफ जोरी चलाओ दीती ओ मासा देरी ना लाई ले चल गया ओ 12 बजे जोरी पहुंचाओ दीती किसना चैन सकून फिरे आई उस दिन तो रास्ता बिच डाडा परेशान होया आई किसना चैन सकून फिरे आई उस दिन तो रास्ता बिच डाडा परेशान होया रात 12 बजे जोरी पुजया कि जल्दी डॉक्टरां कोल रवाने होया आई डॉक्टर नब्ज तके मुतू ये बोल न सके असली राज तू बे वो हैरान होया ओ अमानत रब की है तम सबर करियो ए आपसा बची गारू वे रवानी होया किसना होश रे ओ सुनी ये खबर जिस दम आया है आप जायमना छोड़ गई है। ऐ किसना होश रे ओ सुनी ये खबर जिस दम आया है आप जायमना छोड़ गई है। ये एम्बुलेंस करी वापस पुणच चलना मारी किस्मत अज मुखरे मोड़ गई है। आई गुलनाज वाणी अरे मान बाकी मेरी खुशी ना किंगा तू रोड़ गई है। दाखिल बीच अस्पताल थी पुणछ अंदर हे मां गुलनाज गो दिल क्यों तोड़ गई है। अप्रैल बईना सुबह गए 5 बजे वतन शींदरा पुजे आयान सदके। अप्रैल बईना सुबह गए 5 बजे वतन शींदरा पुजे आयान सदके। माना 10 बजे एम्बुलेंस आने तेरा तकन गायब जायर मान सदके। ते कितना दुख था महंगा ऐ काल जामा जाने वाया रब रहमान सदके। और वे बाप महमूद परवेज नानी नाले रोवे सजाद यमान सदके। ते कफन दफन गो विलोणे यार के ओ इना दुकाना उण मीटौरे किसरा। कफन दफन गो विलोणे हार के ओ इना दुकाना उण मीटौरे किसरा। ओ जीता मांगे बचा गो टूर जानो इस शेर बर कलम चनो किसरा। ते अच्छा रब वाले हुणे ऐ छोड़ गई है तीना सिना नालूण लो किसरा। सबर या तो नी दिल मां याद तेरी रोता दिला ना चुप करूं किसरा। फिया मान इना दुखाने ऐ मुकणो नी 4 बजे रे आपदा दफनाओ छोड़ी। ऐ फिया मान इना दुखाने ऐ मुकणो नी 4 बजे रे आपदा दफनाओ छोड़ी। वतन पुणछ गिरा शींदरा अंदर ओ सोनी निकी जी कबर बनाओ छोड़ी। सबर करियो महमूद गुल नाज दोए मानत रब गी रब ने छुपाओ छोड़ी ओए पिया मान जावे तू इजाजत ले ले जख्म मोड़ी भी क्यों रे दुखाओ छोड़ी